Hello and welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live experience, the live Q&A show where we discuss all things PC gaming and of course is centered around a central topic or focused around a central topic that could possibly help you the viewer, make an informed decision on getting into PC gaming here in 2021. That's one of our missions. That's one of the goals here in this community and has trying to convert as many gamers over from the console segment or the console world over onto the PC platform, as we all recognize and clearly accept is the superior platform. And we talked about that in a couple of the previous live shows. And I tell you what, if you're here on the replay, first of all, hello and thank you for tuning in. Sorry you missed the live broadcast, but just an FYI, we do go live every Saturday. The time kind of fluctuates. It's something I'm working on each week and trying to discover, a window that works at least for the majority of those who routinely and come on to the live show, and also on top of that to possibly bring in new viewers or new people into the community. So, yeah, with that said, in this week's live show, we're talking, pre-built custom PC, or should you simply wait when it comes to getting into PC gaming here in 2020 or 2021. 2021 is it? Yeah, 2021. Let me jump over to the chat. See, okay, Zion's here, and Thunder, of course. It's good to see you guys. All right, as we give a little bit more time for people to join in, again, I want to shout out to our replay viewers. Again, we go live every Saturday here on the Inside the Lab channel. And if you're not a subscriber, I also welcome you to subscribe. We do post weekly videos on top of our weekly live Q&A show. So do be on the lookout for those. Do be sure to click the notification bell as well so that you receive, all posts, right? Like community tab posts, live streams, uploads, all what have you. So yeah, I and also tell me here on the replay if you have any questions about anything we talked about during the live show. Please feel free to leave them down in the comment section or the description box below. I normally comb through the live streams even after they've been published, and I leave them up, right? Like as is. They can go for quite a while, but I leave the live streams up generally as is, so you can, I guess, in a way, still feel like you're taking part in the conversation, although it's not real time, right? So if you have any questions, do feel free to ask them at any point during the live stream. You can also leave the timestamp. Um, you can leave the timestamp at any part of this live show to where you might have been confused or you needed a little bit more. You need a little more context to help you again make your informed decision. But yeah. So with that said, I tell you what. Let's start with the warm up because here in 2021, it is becoming increasingly difficult to build a PC with a dedicated video card. So last week's live show, we talked about building with an APU, right? So a processor with onboard video graphics support, right? More importantly, the 2200G or the 2400G. And those are just two examples of many that you have to choose from should you want to go with the system without a dedicated video card. One, you can always add a dedicated video card should you want to when going that direction. And we went in on that conversation. So if you weren't able to take part in that conversation, I do recommend that you head over to our live stream playlist and do give that conversation a watch because it was filled with value and just helpful ways that can still make sure you're able to get into PC gaming, even if that's without a dedicated video card. So, as the title implies, for this video, we're going to walk, and I tell you what, today's going to be a doozy, but do stick around for the very end because a lot of value is going to be dropping, right? Because in this video, and during this live show, we're going to walk over, or walk through the configuration of a $1,400 setup. That you may say, Lab, well, that's crazy expensive, right? Like $1,400, I don't have that, or that's expensive. What does that cost reflect, right? Well, that's for the entire setup, right? Like the configurations we're going to walk through during this live stream includes what I call your core necessities and obviously your core system, rather that be in the form of a pre-built or you're going with a custom PC, which, yes, contrary to the belief, is still very much possible. And we are going to talk about it a little bit more in depth. So if you're just now joining us again, welcome to the weekly Inside the Lab live Q&A experience where we talk all things PC gaming and I try my best to answer any questions you may have depending on where you are in your journey with converting from being a console gamer over to a PC gamer, right? Let's say you haven't even purchased your first part yet. You don't even know where to begin. You're in the right place. This community is filled with helpful members, right? Left to right. Just helpful members that are willing to help you, again, make an informed decision, help you, with any transgressions you may have with gaming on the PC platform. Starting with this live show, because if you have, disposable income and you're ready, you say, you know what, Lab, I'm ready. I just don't know where to start. I don't know how much to start with. $1,400 is essentially a pinnacle right now in terms of price to performance, in terms of what you can get right now. If you wanted a PC for even just strictly gaming, if you wanted a PC for content creation and gaming, this budget can still very much suit you, right? And that's with the ability to have a high refresh rate monitor, so past 60 hertz at least, to have a 1080p high refresh rate monitor or a 1440p, high, more than 60 hertz, so 75 hertz refresh rate monitor, your PC, your keyboard, your mouse, your network, all of those things. That $1,400 budget is set to cover your core necessities and your base system costs. So we're going to dive in. We're going to talk about that during this live show. Again, if you have any questions, right, about the topic, please feel free to ask. Let me jump over to the chat. I see I got my guy Ant, aka Sparta Rules 1993. Says, what's up, brother? It's good to see you, Ant. Sparta Rules, man. Sparta Rules. Brother, we need to talk too, because we got to get your PC built, man. We got to get your PC built. And, apologies, any, pardon my ignorance. And that's assuming you haven't built it yet, but we got to get your PC built, brother. But it's good to see you. Zion, I also see, or Z-Fluent says, what do you think about the GTX 1030? The GTX 1030, it's widely available. We see it a lot, but it's more along the lines of a 720p card, right? Because I believe the GTX 1030 has less than 2 gigabytes of VRAM, I believe. So it would definitely struggle to run most titles at 1080p. So it's likely it's a 720p card, right? I still think if you could save up a little bit more and go in the direction we're going to talk about a little bit later down in this live stream, Z. So just hang tight. Darkness Plays. It's good to see you as well, fam. Welcome, Darkness Plays. It's good to see returning viewers come back. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the live show. Okay. Okay, let me give you a little update. I'm over here on the east coast of Maryland. It is dark, but today was beautiful. It was sunshine and spring. It feels like spring is here. Good vibes all across the air, across the board. It's late night here. So, yeah, if you're up for it, do tell me where you're watching from. If I don't already know, I know we got a couple peeps over in Cali, New York, and just all over the place. But if you're here, and even if this is your first time to the live show, tell us over in the chat, right? If you have any questions about PC gaming, even if you have your system, you're experiencing, technical difficulties, or you want to upgrade and you're not sure where to start, please feel free to ask anytime. I generally try to answer the questions as they come into the chat, as to just in case viewers need to leave at any point during the show, which it would upset me a little bit, but I totally understand. You guys and gals have way more important things to take care of other than sit here and hear us talk about this awesome hobby that we all generally enjoy, right? But I tell you what, with that said, with that out the way, let's jump into everybody's quick segment, right? Don't bail out on me. We know it's part of the rule. We have to do this, right? So let's jump to everybody's favorite segment, and that's a little bit of housekeeping. Now, our email list is growing. It's growing. I appreciate all double digit of y'all who have signed up to the email list. If you haven't yet quite signed up, I do welcome you to sign up to our email list, because this community is growing, but unity starts with you. It starts with every single one of you who are here watching this live show. Whether you're part of this community or not, maybe you're on the fence. Hopefully this live show will be the time that I earn your subscription, especially if this live show popped up on your feed and you're not subscribed here to the channel. Hopefully this live show will be the time I earn your subscription. And on top of that, hopefully I'll earn your subscription in terms of your email list or joining our email list. Our email list subscribees will get first notification on major changes to the channel or major content drops or what have you. And I also have some pretty awesome, other awesome content ideas that will be rolled out to email subscribers. So do be sure to sign up for the email list. You can do it after the live show. You can find the link to our email list in the description box, aka the basement. You all know we call it the basement around here. But you can find the link there or in the pinned comment if you're here watching on a live show. And then we have the merch, which I know XLR Gaming Cliff, who's also a regular here on the channel, recommends some stickers. And I tell you what, I have some stickers that will be uploaded to the store. Do keep a lookout on the community tab or follow me on Twitter and Instagram. I likely do a reel about it and a short video off the platform when they do drop. And if you want one for free, all you got to do is just tag me, let me know, and I'll send one out to you. On top of that, new designs are coming in, and I also plan on working with a graphic designer to also introduce some fresh new PC swag to look good playing and you feel good gaming. Whether you're a creator or you just want to represent the community, it directly supports the channel, right? Directly supports the channel, and I really just try to price the merch to make it affordable for the community, right? So some pretty awesome stuff over there. Do check it out. I'm wearing one of the t-shirts now. As you can see, this is one of my favorites. It's the signature brand, the plug edition, which I gotta get it in a hoodie. Looks really dope, a hoodie. Although we're moving out of the hoodie weather, so I think I might have missed that opportunity. And then last but not least, our website, which is an extension of the content. You can find out more about what's going on with the brand, what's going on with the channel outside of YouTube. You can contact me directly, check out our blog, find all of the videos that I've produced ever in my short content creation career over there as well. On top of that, I do plan on publishing and bringing in some other creators and writers that could help produce and publish some helpful content in the text format that could also extend to maybe future video content. As you can see here, also you can find our most recent uploads right here on the homepage. So yeah, give that a look-see over. The traffic over there also directly generates the channel. A great deal, great way. You can find out more, and I also maybe plant a few like Easter egg hunts over on the website too, and for incentives for like giveaways and things like that. So yeah, do be sure to give it a look-see, right? Check it out. If you have checked out the website and you have some feedback, I'm welcome to constructive and destructive criticism, right? Like I can take it. If you're experiencing, if it's laggy on your mobile device, or if you say, hey lab, it doesn't load well on the tablet, just let me know, and I will do my best to make sure it is well optimized for mobile, because that's what it's all about. Proper optimization for the community. So yeah, you can find all of those areas or all of those links in the description box below. Again, all three of those brand programs really help directly supports the channel and helps us grow, helps us reach new people, right? We are slowly growing, close to 2,400 subscribers, which is awesome. Back when we started the channel last year in 2019, in April of 2019, we started from zero with a goose egg, fam, like a whole goose egg, and now here we are, 2,400 strong nearly, and growing. So that's awesome. I appreciate every single one of you who have taken the 0.2 seconds it takes to tap subscribe, right, with the notification bell on, and committed yourself to joining this community. Seriously, I really do appreciate it. And we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of this channel, which we will likely do some form of celebratory live stream, maybe like an 8-hour live stream, something to that effect, where we just talk about my second year here as a creator, as a producer here on this platform. Jumping over to the chat, let me see. Darkness Play says, do you stream on Twitch? Because I've been streaming. I did early on when I started the channel. I created Twitch just to secure the name, secure the link, and I did do some testing with streaming on Twitch over there, like exclusively on Twitch. And I streamed with a couple buddies, and we played Fortnite. You can actually, if you search inside the lab stream, you can still see some of the VODs from when we did our streams. If you want to see how my early streaming days started off. But I do plan on going back and doing exclusive streams on Twitch. But right now, my focus is on you lovely guys and gals right here in this community. But if you're interested, I will send those kind of news and updates out to email subscribers. So again, if you're not subscribed to the email list, definitely do be sure to sign up, because once the Twitch is essentially rebooted or reactivated, I guess you could say more so rebranded, we likely will do an exclusive like podcast over on Twitch, right? Just to make things a little differently. But I also have some pretty neat tiers and some pretty neat incentives for channel memberships. Should I am able to unlock them here on YouTube, right? Generally around the time of our anniversary here on the channel, our 2nd year anniversary, or if we just switch it over and launch a Patreon. I have some really cool ideas that I don't see creators even doing now, and I really want to, you know, use channel memberships as a subscription model to really give you, the viewer, value and entertainment exclusively, right? Because in my opinion, Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus, what have you, they all specialize in offering you, the viewer, exclusive content on their platform, right? Content that you can either almost always only find on their platform. WandaVision being a perfect example, right? So that's why with channel memberships, when we launch that, there's going to be, value centric rewards and incentives for channel memberships, rather that be on Patreon or rather it be right here on YouTube, which is what I prefer, right? But if it doesn't happen in the time allotted, then we'll go with Patreon, right? And you can support the channel even if it's in the 99-cent form. A little bit adds up to a lot, right? It is what it is. I appreciate, just being here on a live show goes a long way, and I really do appreciate it. I really do. Let me jump over to the chat because I see XLR Gaming Cliff is in the house. He says, "Hey guys, thanks for the warm welcome." Yeah, Cliff, it's good to see you, Cliff. Cliff is over. We got a Texan in the house. It's good to see you, Cliff. And Tricion says, "Yo guys, what we talking about?" It's good to see you, T. So we're talking pre-built custom PC or simply waiting, right? When it comes to, let's say you have a hypothetical $1,400 budget or $1,400 disposable income. It's really popular. If you're stateside, you understand why that amount is like really popular right now. It's like a buzzword. But let's say you have that $1,400 disposable income or that disposable cash flow, and you know that the time now is your prime for the time to build a gaming PC. You're tired of waiting, right? You're tired of waiting. How much will it take you to get into PC gaming? That is what we're discussing here during this live show. We already walked through the housekeeping. You already know. I know you already signed up to the email list, but again, if you haven't yet, welcome you to sign up for the email list. But we are talking pre-built custom gaming PC or simply waiting to get into PC gaming here in 2021. That's what we're discussing during this live show, and of course answering all of your questions along the way. So if you're new here, welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A live experience. I'm Terrence, your conductor and operator of this here ride. And with that said, let's ready up and begin. We got our moderator that's also in the chat, Mrs. Moderator, my wife and partner in this here YouTube crime. She's out here in the chat. Shout out to our moderator, helping keeping the conversation lively and just helping extend, making you all feel a part of this live show, right? Like I branded the live stream the live experience because I don't want it to just be like a live stream, just here talking. I want you to feel a part of the conversation. I want to pull you in, answer your questions, communicate. Although this conversation is one-sided because you can hear and see me and I can only essentially read you, right? You can still very much feel a part of the conversation and very much a part here of this live experience. But with that said, without the way, let me jump into the chat really fast. Our moderator is welcoming our new viewers coming in. Darkness Play says, later, I have to go stream on Twitch. If you want to follow my Twitch, the name is Dizzy TTV343. Okay, maybe we have to check you out, Darkness Plays. I think you might have already left. And XLR Gaming says, I don't know if my messages went through, but I'm boxing up my laptops and in the back GPU started throwing up artifacts. So I did see it before the chat like kind of essentially rebooted once we went live. I had the opportunity to see your comment, and that definitely sucks. So you did right. It's better to send it back, especially with GPU artifacting, right? For those who don't know, GPU artifacting is where you could see tiny, that's pixels that aren't being rendered. So you'll see maybe little squares popping up across the screen, and they could be black or like a really light pitched color. Just from usually I see artifacting when overclocking, but not here recently. And I just finished up the RTX 3090 review. It's done, fam. I know I promised that video like last week, but it is going to be an awesome watch. I It's ready and primed for Monday's delivery, but it's going to be an awesome watch. Please definitely watch that story from beginning to end. It's going to be good times. But yeah, Cliff, keep us posted. Let us know, how long that replacement could possibly take, and if your replacement model performs a little better. But all good stuff. But yeah, again, if you have any questions along the way, if you're here watching, if you're here lurking, like please come on, tell us where you at, tell us where you're watching from, what's going on, where are you in your PC gaming journey right now, right? Like where are you in your PC gaming journey? So I tell you what, let's jump right into the conversation. Let's jump right into the topic, right? And what is the topic? The topic is pre-built, custom, or wait. What does that mean? You say, Lab, what does that even mean? I know a lot of you again here, your seasoned builders, but believe it or not, this could benefit us as even system integrators, as this could very much potentially be a way we could educate our clients, we could educate new builders, we could, help them again make informed decisions. That's what it's all about, right? XLR Gaming says one positive of that pre-build is that all-in-one warranty. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's actually one of the pros we're going to talk about a little bit further. So do keep that in the back of your pocket, Cliff, because yeah, you're absolutely right. It coming with a warranty, and that's just one of the many pros that we're going to go over. But most importantly, we're talking about pre-built, custom, or wait, we're talking about pre-built. When we say pre-built, we mean pre-built PC, right? Like Cliff mentioned, that's a computer that's already come assembled, ready to go. It's as close to plug and play as you're going to get, right? And you have custom, which most of us here in this community we're more used to. It's what we prefer, if you will, and that's getting our hands in the case, right? Like getting our hands dirty and putting our system together. To some people, I've found out from talking to subscribers and members of the community in the DMs that some do find it intimidating. Some just want to get it out the way and get into playing some games, and that's fine. But then, like me personally, I find it therapeutic. I like building. It just is something about it that is just it's mesmerizing. You just get in there and it does feel like grown up Legos, but I don't necessarily find it work. Between you and I, the work part of PCs is when you got to clean them. Is when you got to take it apart because that requires delicacy to avoid any potential damage to your components. But cleaning a PC is what really gets me. That's what feels like work. But then you have weight, or you simply have weight. It's not a popular option. We talked about that in a few couple live shows, but it could be one you're still forced with, even with some of these options we're going to go over in this live stream. Triceon says, I'm chilling with my gaming setup, but lately I've been getting very interested in server PCs and stuff. Yeah, and that's also because you figure with a server PC, you don't need like high-end components, and which could be very much available in abundance right now. Even I believe Zfluent, who bought up the GTX 1030, right? Very low end discrete graphics card that you could put into a system that just requires basic video out. But that's good stuff. That's something I want to talk about more, maybe here in 2021, ahead in between other content that's scheduled. But so you have those three options. And to start off with, we're going to start off the budget, or we're going to start off with a portion of the budget that's you cannot get around. You have to budget for it. Rather, you already have it or you're on the fence about it and you're not quite sure what kind of monitor you want to get, but you need a monitor, fam. That's inevitable. That's important. You could use a TV. I don't recommend using a TV. The input delay is just hard to avoid and it's immersive breaking. Use a monitor. Now, out of that $1,400 budget, we're going to start with a budget to set aside around $160 to $230 for our monitor, right? Because it's in my opinion that between your graphics card and your monitor is arguably the component you should be considering buying first. It's going to reflect everything else or everything else about your PC. It starts with your monitor, right? Your monitor is the window inside of your computer's soul. It's very important that you build or you buy, because in this example for this live show, for those of you who are just joining us for this live show, we're talking about building a custom PC or buying a pre-built or waiting. We're going to start with the first two options, right? The first one being buying a pre-built PC. But first, out of that $1,400 budget, again, you're going to hear that a lot. $1,400. That's our budget for a complete setup right now in 2021, right? Until we get to the custom part, which for reasons for nobody is no stranger to. The Techdemic, what I've branded the Techdemic, and I got to get that on a T-shirt, and I have some pretty cool graphic concepts we've been working on. But you know, even with the Techdemic going on, still very much running rampant, and we have for some reason 6700 XT set to launch sometime next week. I talked about it in the video, a quick vlog we did, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. You can watch that vlog. That's down in the most recent link down in the description box below as well. But most importantly, it's important to budget for your monitor. So with our $1,400 budget for a complete setup, let's all put ourselves in the hypothetical client's position. Let's say we are all this client, whether we have systems or not. We are all this client that wants to get into PC gaming, and we got $1,400 to do so, right? You have $1,400 to do so. You say, you know what, I don't want to wait. You know, here's what I want. Here are the type of games I play, and this is how much money I have. $1,400. That's either for a 1080p setup or a 1440p setup. Now, three key factors to take into consideration when buying your monitor. We talked about it in I believe it was episode number 22, live stream show number 22. But really fast, just to rehash what we talked about in that live show. 3 important factors to take into consideration when buying a monitor. 1, response time. That's the time it takes for pixels to switch over or change colors on the screen. The lower the better. 0.5 to 1 milliseconds seems to be the sweet spot there. A monitor with low response time is also going to help avoid things like ghosting and artifacting and what have you. And then refresh rate, the number of times your monitor can refresh the images on your screen. Generally, the higher the better. This could depend though on your PC and the type of games you play though. Competitive gaming, what we're used to seeing, 144 hertz monitor, at least 144 hertz monitor. But in my opinion, that could be subjective. You could be competitive on 120 hertz monitor. Maybe the extra 24 hertz doesn't really give you a competitive edge, right? Maybe it doesn't give you a competitive edge, but 60 is the standard, with 75 hertz providing a subtle but noticeable difference. And that's the refresh rate we're going to use for this configuration, right? Because if you're coming from a console, if you're coming from console gaming, 75 hertz coming from games that are typically almost always locked at 30 frames per second, right? With your Call of Duties, some in most cases being 60 FPS, but the resolution is being downscaled to about 900 to 700p. But 75 hertz you're going to feel that difference, right? That's 2xing what you're normally used to playing with at sharper fidelity. So 2 out of the 3 so far, response time and refresh rate. The third time being your resolution. And that's just the number of pixels being displayed in the dimension. So if it's 1920 by 1080 or 2560 by 1440p, 3840 by 2160p, generally the higher, the better. But do keep in mind aspect ratios. 16 by 9 is pretty common for 1440p, 1080p, 2160p. 8K, which is I believe is 7680 by 4320 is what 8K I believe, and those are usually 21 by 9, right along with my personal favorite resolution. That's 3440 by 1440p. I know we have some users that use that also use panels at that resolution, and they can testify to this. It's an awesome resolution to play and experience games. Almost all of the games I play support the resolution. And before I even make a game purchase, if I'm buying the game, I first and foremost make sure it supports that resolution, because I typically only want to play, even though I have a 4K monitor, a 28-inch 4K monitor, I still very much prefer at times to play at 3440 by 1440p, right? And now tell me, Tell me what resolution. Tell me what resolution that you game at, right? Like if you're here on the live stream right now, or if you're here on the replay, still very much tell me down in the comment section if you have a gaming monitor or if you're considering a resolution. What resolution do you game at, and what refresh rate do you game at, and what if you're here on the live show, also tell me what resolution you have and what refresh rate as well. Let me jump over to the chat. Triciana says, now I see it. Are those actually normal monitor prices on the background? Yes, believe it or not, this was taken just moments before this live show, and I wanted to reflect that these are prices that are reflective now. And so to jump ahead a little bit, this is why I recommended you set aside at least $160 to $230 out of that $1,400. And why is that? Because you could settle on a 1080p 75 hertz 1 millisecond IPS panel, right? Like an Acer 1080p monitor, or a 75 hertz 2560 by 1440p IPS monitor, about like a 24-inch monitor. I mean, we do have a few examples that I want to bring up. As I see, we have Sparta Rule says, I use a 1080p 165 hertz. Wow, so that's awesome. Tell us if you plan on doing any competitive gaming, Sparta Rules. Like if you plan on, playing competitively on that system, because that's a really nice refresh rate. That's one I considered to myself, going with a 1080p monitor to test here in the lab. And I see Cliff says 3440 by 1440p, 21 by 9, 120 hertz laptop, 20 hertz monitor, and the laptop is 1080p, 240 hertz. Nice. That's a fast panel. Really fast panel. Triciar says 1080p 144 hertz and 1080p 75 hertz. Great upgrade over what I had before. I've never used a 1440p or 4K monitor or anything better than this, really. So I don't know if I want to spend my money on them. Oh, sorry about that. Let me go back here. Do apologize. So, I mean, that's important. That it's funny that you mentioned that, because like you mentioned, I don't want to spend my money on them if I don't need it. 'Cause I've never used a 1440p or 4K monitor or anything better. And I will say, if you enjoy games that have a lot of detail, then those resolutions stand out the most. But if you enjoy like fast-paced games, then a 1080p 144 hertz monitor, it's probably your sweet spot. And I know you play competitive games, but yeah, in my opinion, those resolutions are really good for single-player games and just games that you can just let back and really just immerse yourself into the video games world. Sparta Rules says, when my PC is built, yeah, I will game on it competitive and video editing. Yeah, and you got you have the right monitor, the right panel to do so at 1080p 100 with a 1080p 165 hertz panel. Like definitely. And XLR Gaming says ultra wide 21 by 9 IPS is the bee's knees. Yes, I totally agree. Like I totally agree. I made the switch slowly from like 1080p then to like 4K, and then back down to 2560 by 1440p, 16 by 9, then 21 by 9 ultra wide. I've just every other panel now just seems so small, and it does help with the content creation workflow. So that's something to consider, Tricion. Should I know you're getting into your music production, having an ultra wide monitor, the equivalent, I believe, of two 17-inch monitors side by side. It really just makes the workflow that much more intuitive and just really easy to create content. And Tricion says, I'm probably staying on 1080p for a while. Minecraft is absolutely killing my CPU. Wow. So, I mean, a better reason why to maybe bump up to a higher resolution, right? Put more work on your GPU. And I see we hit 10 likes on the live stream. That's dope. Thanks, fam. I appreciate it. And jumping over to our example, what I wanted to show you. A 2560 by 1440p IPS monitor, FreeSync technology, right? The 75 hertz. That's generally all you need for the graphics cards that are currently available, like right now. Like, so should you want to play at this resolution, and you're looking at your options that you have between the first two that we talked about, pre-built or building a custom PC. We talked about, again, setting aside $160 to $230 just for your monitor. This Acer Nitro VG240YU, I can't believe I nailed that, 24-inch WQHD IPS monitor, excuse me, it's going for $227. It's available right now. It's in stock, right? It's in stock. What did we say, $160 to $230? If you want to say, nope, I want a 1080p monitor, you can go with Acer SB230, $119. Again, it's in stock. You need a monitor. Regardless, you need a monitor. This is why we're factoring in the cost of our panel with that $1,400 budget, because it's unescapable. We need a monitor. It's good that you invest in your monitor. Your monitor is an underrated component within the entirety of your system. Like, it really is. It's why, in my opinion, it's one of the ones you should be considering first. As we see, we have a lot of viewers who've already settled up on their monitors, and some of us are looking to considering to upgrade. I'm actually looking at a 2560 by 1440p 1440 hertz monitor, or 1440p 144 hertz monitor over in that resolution to pair with the possible future 6700 XT, or to do tests with just about any graphics card I can get on myself. And I've been bidding, fam. Like, I've been bidding to kind of prove this point, and I almost wanted to do it live to walk you along the way, or even do some live parts hunts to kind of show you how I shop and look for, and reaching out to different people and trying to make deals and still find that price to performance, even if it's not in the form of GPUs. Your Highness, it's good to see you. Your Highness, welcome. Your Highness, glad you could join us for the weekly live show Q&A. It's good to see you again. It's always good to see some of our regulars coming back. And Your Highness says, I play 4K on 1080 Ti and everything, don't care about refresh rate. And you know what? That's perfectly fine, because there are some of us in the community who just say, you know what? I don't care about refresh rate. I more so care about graphics, right? Let's keep it 100. And that's perfectly okay. I was that person too, until I found the sweet spot between graphics and refresh rate, was when I made the switch to 3440 by 1440p, right? When I switched to a 21 by 9 ultra wide monitor, I was like, you know what? I said 100 hertz is fine for most of the single player games I play, and when I do play multiplayer games, I'm playing super cash, right? Right? So, I'm playing super cash, and I don't need a high refresh rate, but I do like good graphics in my games. Like, I like high graphic fidelity in my games. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy PC gaming. And remember, we talked about, let me switch back here, because when we did the pop-up live show, that was the topic for the pop-up live show, was, why do you play video games? That's one of the reasons why I enjoy video games, right? Well, I absolutely love playing video games, and that is because I like the graphics, I like the setting, I like the world. Playing Alien Isolation, the graphics look really dope. I know I'm playing at 3440 by 1440p, but the stream is output in 1920 by 1080p. But I go back and watch the replay to test to make sure the live show, looked okay on the viewers end, and I'm just blown away by the quality that's captured, because the game looks incredible even at 1080p. Let me jump over to the chat and get caught up really fast before we keep the conversation flowing. XLR Gaming says, won't be in stock after those stimulus checks hit. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's part of the program, I suppose, is to to help stimulate the economy. But hopefully some people will have disposable income. Again, that's why I'm not sure if you were present, XLR Gaming, but in the beginning of the live show, I talked about why I went with the $1,400 amount. We're all stateside here for the most part. We're all stateside. And we know that amount has been a trending buzzword, right, among consumers and taxpayers here in the States. So if one would have that disposable amount and they want to get into PC gaming, or they want to complete their build, or they're not sure even where to start, maybe you're a viewer here on the live right now, or you're on the replay, and maybe you're not even sure where to get started. You may have the funds, you may have the money, you may have the means, but you don't know the way. Let me get caught up on the chat some more. Tiger Nation says, "Yo, what's up, Tiger Nation? Zion, my son's good to see you." Your Highness says, "What's up to the moderator? Relax, valuable info." And Your Highness says, "I like your show." I mean, you know what? Thank you. I mean, you know what? I love and appreciate you all for coming out and supporting. The show is nothing without you, the community, you, the viewers. This show, would be nothing. I am nothing without the community. You guys and gals make it possible. And Your Highness says, "Yeah, want more refresh rate when current cards are available for for human prices." That's funny. Yeah. And I mean, again, we're going to talk about that because, Your Highness, we're in what I've been branding the tech demic. It's still going on. It's still running rampant. And Your Highness says, "Yep, just turn some settings down." Yeah, tweaking settings, and that's a whole nother live show. That's a whole nother conversation. We're going to talk about how you can maximize your frame rate, optimize your system for the games you play if you can't upgrade it, right? You may have to compromise, something us PC gamers don't necessarily like doing, but you may have to compromise. Zfluent says Core i5 or Ryzen 5 3600. Wow. Zfluent with the that's a good question. So, what or which Core i5? I take it if it's 10th generation or better. So, because 10th generation i5s support hyperthreading, then I would be hard pressed to say, depending on the price of the Core i5, like a 10600K, I believe we're going for 239 or 219. It's a decent price if you plan on wanting to stay, on the 500 series chipset or the Z490 chipset and upgrade to a possible 10 core 20 thread CPU at 10900K. So it's in my opinion, to answer that question, Z, really depends on what your future upgrade paths look like. All right. Tricion says, "For me, my preferred frame rate really depends on the game. Minecraft, I want at least 80 FPS, but in Assetto Corsa, I'm fine with 40 FPS." So that's interesting. Your frame rate could very much depend on the type of game you play. In fact, this budget, you're gonna hear me talk about performance versus preference, right? Because they're two different expenditures. You got performance and you have your preference, and each one of our preferences are different for the type of games we play. For me, most of the single player games I play, for example, Alien Isolation, I'm fine. I mean, the game runs well over 100 FPS at 3440 by 1440p in max settings, and that's on an RTX 2080, right? And I have no complaints whatsoever. There's no screen tearing, no ghosting. I'm way past my monitor's refresh rate. The game runs really well on an RTX 2080, and that's at max settings. The game probably looks just as good at 1080p in 60 FPS. It all could very much come down to your preference, right? Like, even when I play Fortnite on this system, on this configuration, I feel like the extra 40 going from, like, say, a 60 hertz monitor to playing on a 100 hertz monitor, that extra 40 hertz does give me an advantage. I feel like I'm able to respond and react to another player faster than they are able to react and respond to me. So, you know, I I find that, like Tricion said, it comes down, like he said, preferred frame rate. Keyword there, preference. That's his preferred frame rate. Could depend on the game. He said Minecraft on at least 80. Yeah, and see, when I play Minecraft, I normally play it at a locked frame rate, or when I was playing it, was the frame rate was locked to your monitor's refresh rate, and I believe at the time I was playing it at 60 hertz on a 60 hertz monitor. But hey, you figure on console is probably, I would imagine it might have been. I don't see why Minecraft can't run at 60 FPS on a console, right? I mean, it's Minecraft. Come on, it can run on a potato, quite literally. And Your Highness says, "Most of my game playing becomes a giant benchmark. In a way, it's more fun." Side note, benchmarking is fun. It feels like I'm more so big. I'm not as much as a fan because I feel like it grinds the production to a standstill of a video. This is why the RTX 3090. I wouldn't say that the RTX 3090 review spoiler alert, it is a 6 months later review, as there are RTX 3090 reviews that posted on launch. But here's the thing: I want to review it 6 months later, and purely from the perspective of a consumer, because the RTX 3090 wasn't, I didn't get it from Asus, or it will be Asus because it's a partner variant, but I didn't get it from Asus. I paid for it, so I'm giving you a consumer experience with the graphics card. One is close to an experience as close to one you would get if you were considering an RTX 3090, or you even just want to say, hey, how does that thing even perform? It's a story, fam. I'm telling you, that video is dropping Monday. For those of you who weren't present during the live show when I said that earlier. But Your Highness says, yep, my check would buy that 3080, but none are available. Yeah, I mean, it's like if they at $879, I believe it is, the RTX 3080. It's an incredible. I said it at the time of launch. If it were going to be available at that price point, faster than an RTX 2080 Ti with less, with 1 GB less VRAM, but price price lower than a RTX 2080 Ti at launch. And then here we are, post launch, and they're not available. Like you said, so it's important that you mention that, because as you mentioned, if I had the disposable income, I still am unable to find it and buy the latest and greatest in graphics cards. So if you're here, again, you could be a viewer that's here with us on a live show or here on a replay. Shout out to our replay viewers, right? Tell me where you at down in the chat, right? On the comment section below, replay viewers. But you could have the means, but again, don't know the way, or there possibly could be no way. But we're going to talk about the direction and where you can go in this live show if you're considering. And Your Highness says, good point. Performance versus preference. Just wrote that down. My preferred frame rate is 40 FPS and up. Yeah, hey, everybody has their preference, and I think 40 is, no matter the resolution, 40 is to me personally, I resonate with that, because me personally, my preference at no matter the resolution, especially 4K, and you'll see this in the RTX 3090 review. I don't necessarily talk about it in the commentary section, but you'll see it in the RTX 3090 review, and I talk about it wrapping up the conversation in that video. But 40 to me is playable at 4K. Anything lower to that, I'm like, it's a little jarring. I start to have, flashbacks of playing on a console. But even at 4K, for me, 40 is usually playable. I have to be somewhere in the mid 40s, mid to low 40s, 42, 45 FPS, because you figure you're experiencing maybe dips in your minimums and 1% lows at somewhere between 20 and 30 FPS, which could feel, noticeable, could feel jarring depending on what's going on in the game. But yeah, Your Highness says, yeah, unbiased experience, real world. I believe you're talking about the live show, Your Highness. But hey, we try to keep it real, try to keep it 100 here in the community. Champion mode, John says, peace, family. It's good to see you, John. What's happening? Champion mode 3 and 4. Was just in the market for some upgrading his DDR, upgrading his memory or his RAM. Always fun to upgrade, right? Always fun to upgrade. And XLR Gaming says the way is camping at Micro Center at 2 a.m. every day. I thought about instead of trying to get a 6700 XT online, I thought about going to my local Micro Center and doing just that. Either trying to get there about an hour before they open, so not so much camp out, but kind of, go down there, scout it out, see if there's even a line. If there's other people ahead of the line, I get there. Say I think Micro Center opens at 9 or 10 o'clock or what have you. So if I get there about 8:30, 9 o'clock, it is already more than 2 or 3 people. I'm not even gonna waste my time. I could imagine, like, in the whole United States, I see there being less than double-digit models being sent to the retailers here, even in the States. Like, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. I'm still going to try. I don't think I'm going to go to the Micro Center because it is a little bit of ways. My Micro Center is about 45 minutes to an hour from me, so it's a risky endeavor to drive down there just to get there and see a line. I'm like, better turn on back around and head back up the way, because there's going to be no way I can get a 6700 XT. But apparently sales are going to go live 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'll be up, hopefully trying to find one online and or pre-order one or whatever the outlet is. I don't even care if it's a reference model. Not even specific. I'm not even like, um, I'm not even targeting a specific add-in board variant. I just want to get a 6700 XT. Champion Mode says, yeah, I got 2 extra sticks. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Anytime. And Cliff says, that's your best chance. I guarantee they're camping, bro, at 2 a.m. Yeah, probably. And there's still even a guarantee that Micro Center may not even have any. Right? There's a chance that Micro Center may not even have any. Of course, they're not going to come out and say prior to launch, we don't have any. They still want you to come in and spend. The idea is to get you in the door to spend money. So the last thing they're going to do is say, oh, sorry guys, we don't have any 6700. We didn't get any 6700 XTs, or they're delayed. They're on back order. I just see history repeating itself here, like I talked about in that vlog, which is a short vlog, and I try to keep the production still high as I like to do with our content here on the channel. But give that one a watch after the live show concludes. It's a 6-minute watch, but it's still very much fun because I talk about that, right? Like I talk about that and more in that live stream about how AMD even has the audacity to drop a 6700 XT right now when there are no graphics cards to be found. So even if there was a suitable amount of 6700 XTs to drop on March 18th, there everybody is going to be looking for them, right? Everybody's looking for graphics cards now, like almost arguably any graphics card, because you can't find none. Can't find none. You have to go about it in a less than conventional way, a way we're just not quite used to, right? Prior to 2021. Think about it, fam. Just this time last year, I was watching one of the replays, right? Because I do that. I watch the replays to kind of hear myself and critique my own self and ridicule my own self, right? It's just part of growth. It's part of growth. But I was watching one of the replays from from a couple months ago, and I saw we were talking about graphics cards, and there you saw 5700 XTs, 349, and they were all available just this time in March, January last year. Graphics cards available. We built that. We built the Fortnite PC last year, right, with a 1650 Super. We built the $900 under $900 PC in 2021 back in December, right when things hit the fan, really. Like I talked to that client all the time, and the GPU debacle, the tech demic had hit a fever pitch at that point. It was at an all-time high where graphics cards were either super expensive or just not, or just. It started out with them being hard to find, and then once supply completely dried up, demand, once supply dried up and demand continuously increased, they became even harder to find, not existent. Again, you got to go about it in less conventional ways. Some of those ways we're talking about it during this live show. Again, it's the topic. If you're just now joining us, thank you for liking the stream. I saw the likes jumped up, and definitely get the stream a like. I can't imagine we'll get to 20, but if we get to 20, maybe I will, kick a freestyle again. We'll see. But yeah. Your Highness says, I'm going to stand in line if I need be. Don't want to, if that what it takes. Yeah, and I told this story before, but let me give you the quick story. When I worked for a Kmart, and for those, I'm not sure if Kmart's pretty, they're pretty they're not open and operating anymore. But when I worked for Kmart during the PS3 and the Nintendo Wii launches, I was in loss prevention, so I was responsible for auditing the electric closet, right? Like if you worked in retail and high-end electronics, you know how big of a deal that was. Like I felt kind of important. I felt kind of important. But I was doing an audit one day and I saw a box. I cut it open and I saw 2 PS3s, right? I saw just 2 PS3s, and I remember like geeking out because I'm a big Sony fan at that time, big Sony fanboy. And I went to the electronics department manager and told her, I said, hey, I could be here. Could you let me into the store if I come about 5:55? I work here. I may not be on shift at that time, but I do work here. Can you, ring me up when the store opens up? And she was like, oh, yeah, sure. I mean, everybody loved Lab. Even then, I was just a cool guy. So she had no problems with doing it. So I got up one morning, 5:55, and there were people sitting outside camping. And I wanted to tell them so bad, like, go home, there only one of you are going to walk away with a PS3 because I am walking in here with one myself. I walked out the side door, walked over to my car. Didn't even want to know I had it in my hand, and in the bag. But yeah, it's just like if you have inside knowledge, like for the people who work at Micro Center, they know these things. They know that possible they can maybe only have one 6700 XT. There's about 10, 15 people lined up there to look for it in the morning time, and you don't waste your time in the line. I'm like, I'm gonna walk in there. I'm like, what, Micro Center? I'm walking in here and I'm coming out with something. I mean, a monitor, a keyboard, or something. XR Gaming says, gotta go play some bingo with the wife. Yeah, I'm an old fart. Take care. Wish me luck. I need some of that GPU bingo money. Yeah, good luck, man. Good luck. Sounds like a good time. And let me get caught up on the chat going up a little bit because Champion Mo says, which one are you talking about? Talking about the 6700 XT, the 12 gigabyte GDDR5 RDNA 2 big Navi graphics card that AMD announced back on March 3rd or March 4th, I believe it was. And it's set to be available on March 18th. I want to get my hands on one. I want to do some tests on it. Benchmarks have leaked out, and it's looking like it's slightly slower than the RTX 3070 and the 3060 Ti. And that is very telling. And, excuse me, Spider Rule says, you should do it and make a video out of it. Like camp out or go down there. What originally I thought about going live on March 18th at about 8:30, right before sales go live. I thought about doing it live, just popping up, going live, and kind of showing the process of me trying to get one. But going down there, the logistics behind it would be a little tricky. And again, I just don't think I would have to kind of play Russian roulette with the micro centers because they're essentially about 45 minutes to an hour away from me, but then the two micro centers are about 25, 30 minutes apart. So it's like, if I hit one or hit the other, which one would I go to? But it's going to be a journey either way. It's going to be a good time, I imagine. Sarcasm, right? I just don't think that they're going to be available. I want to try. I want to get one. I had my hand on. This was the same case when the RTX 3060, I believe RTX 3060 Ti dropped. When the RTX 3060 Ti dropped, I was up midnight waiting, and they were all out of stock. I go over to eBay, and they're all for sale over on eBay. I was livid. I was livid. And Your Highness says, go all the way for nothing. And yeah, dude, that's what I'm concerned about, right? Is going all the way down there just for nothing because I know they're not going to have a lot there in the store. At most, maybe one or two, right? At most, I like to imagine that the guys and gals over at Micro Center are people of good integrity, but who knows? They may even set aside one or two, for one of their own. So, or they slipped and shared insider knowledge with a friend or a mate or somebody with what time to get there, what have you. The story I just shared of how I got a PS3, I think about those circumstances scenarios because if I didn't work at Kmart as loss prevention, even as a loss prevention associate at that time, I wouldn't have known how many PS3s we had in the store, and I didn't share that information with anybody. I really wanted a PS3, like I was really looking forward to getting one. And Champion Mode says, "LOL at the freestyle." Yeah, I'm not sure if you were around or lurking at a few couple live shows, John Champion Mode, but I did freestyle or shared a freestyle on one of them, and even sung a little bit. So good times there. All right, but yeah, so let's jump back over to our monitor. So we talked about how you can set aside between 130 and $230 for your monitor. That's for either a 1080p, about 75 hertz monitor. And again, this is so we're getting the most out of the hardware that's available to purchase right now, right here today. That's if you had $1,400 of disposable income, $1,400 to drop on a complete system. We're not talking about spending $1,200, $1,300 on just the PC. We're talking monitor, keyboard, mouse, network, Ethernet, the base system, monitor. I already said monitor, and all of those things, right? HDMI cable. This is all factored into this $1,400 budget that we set aside. So if you're thinking of going with a 1080p monitor and you said I can save because I'm not interested in a higher resolution, I'm uninterested in gaming at 2560 by 1440p. I'm perfectly fine with 1920 by 1080p IPS monitor. FreeSync, $119. Would we say 130 to 230, 160 to 230 to set aside? So you even have some flexibility should this monitor aesthetically not, reflect your personality and what you want in a monitor in terms of how it looks. But this is a good starting point, $119. But if you do want to consider going to 2560 by 1440p, which is a resolution, again, I recommend right under 3540 by 1440p. 21 by 9 ultra wide is not for everybody, but definitely at least 2560 by 1440p. And 227 for this monitor. So again, if you set aside $160 between 160 to $230 for your monitor out of your $1,400 budget, you're already positioning yourself to work your way on down and start budgeting for other components or other parts, right? $160 to $230 for your monitor. Tracian says, I gotta go, man. It's getting late. Yeah, I know you're over in the Netherlands, and I believe you're like 6, 7 hours ahead. So it's like something a.m. in the morning over there. I do apologize. The live stream was originally scheduled for much earlier in the day, but had some unforeseen circumstances I had to take care of, and I said no matter what, the show has still got to go on. But it did kick off a little late, Tracian. But either way, I do appreciate you stopping by and hanging out, and also to those of you who just joined us, we were talking about. Configure and get into PC gaming, either with a pre-built PC or a custom PC with a $1,400 budget. Out of that $1,400 budget, I recommended that you set aside between $160 to $230 for your monitor. That's either in a 1080p 75 hertz or 1440p quad HD 75 hertz monitor, right? And like many of the members here in the community shared, your decision here, right, and how you decide to proportion your budget ultimately will come down to the different type of games you play, right? Like I like playing single player games. Maybe you like playing single player games. Maybe you like playing less complex games like Minecraft or even Fortnite, CS:GO, right? The kind of monitor you need will depend on the kind of games you play, right? Tell me if you're here, if you haven't checked out yet, tell me some of the favorite games you play. Like, tell me down in the chat, what are some of the favorite games you like to play? I like single player games, much like what we played or what we're playing right now for our pop up live show series, and that's Alien Isolation. So, good starting point for your monitor, $160 to $230 out of our $1,400. So, what else do you need on top of that? Well, clearly you need a monitor, right? We talked about not gaming on a TV. Technically, you need a monitor. So you have what I like to call your core necessities. That's your peripherals, right? You need a monitor. Most importantly, you're going to need a keyboard, you're going to need a mouse, and you're going to need an audio solution. And then the net is for network because you can go, if your motherboard supports wire, if it has onboard wireless adapter, sure, that might be good if you just wanted to get initial setup. But what I highly recommend is that you run with a wired connection. It's going to make downloading your game so much faster. It's going to make, streaming that much better, especially if you want to, stream over on Twitch. We had a member here in the community say they want to start streaming on Twitch. You almost certainly want to go with a wired connection. Now, for your core necessities, that's your keyboard, your mouse, your audio solution, your network card, your Ethernet cable, which can run up to 10 to 15 plus feet. And we talked about that in a few couple live shows. But this is essentially all part of what we call around here, or what I call when I talk to clients, your setup costs. As I ask them, they may say, "Hey, I want a gaming PC. How much can an $800 gaming PC give me?" I say, "Well, do you have a monitor? No. Do you have a keyboard? Well, no. Do you have a mouse? Well, no." I said, "Okay, well, you have the cost of the PC, but your total cost, your total setup cost is going to be more than that because we have to increase your budget to take into consideration the core necessities. What I call the core necessities, right? Like the bare necessities from the Jungle Book. I call it the core necessities, right? That's your keyboard, your monitor, your mouse, network for internet solution, audio solution. These are a part of your setup cost. Now, with a $50 to $70 budget, you can get a mechanical keyboard and quality mouse, like a quality gaming mouse even, like the Red Dragon K552 mechanical gaming keyboard, which I could bring up here right in a second just to demonstrate and show you how you don't need to drop an extensive amount of money on a keyboard, but you can start off relatively small, right? Like this Red Dragon K52 mechanical keyboard. It has all the things we like around here. Start RGB. I like RGB. Hate on it as much as you will. I'm a fan of RGB. Red Dragon, believe it or not, may not be as popular as say like Cooler Master, Corsair, and Logitech, but they make graphics card. They're a graphics card brand, and this is mechanical. It's a mechanical gaming keyboard with RGB. $34. So getting a mouse doesn't have to be complex, right? Or a keyboard. I'm sorry, getting a keyboard. Getting a keyboard isn't as hard as you think. Same thing with if you want to get a gaming mouse. You have the Logitech G203 LightSync wire gaming mouse. I like this mouse, right? Like I almost recommended it for my son's gaming piece, and it's $27. So between a gaming keyboard that's 34.99 and 27.33. We're way under even what we originally allocated back when I said set aside $90 to $120 for your core necessities, your keyboard, your mouse, even your gaming headset. Now, that's something that's going to come down to preference, right? We talked about preference versus performance. Maybe you just want a headset that sounds good. Maybe you want a headset that sounds good, looks good, also has RGB, because again, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, come on. RGB is pretty dope. But maybe you want that in your peripherals. You may end up paying a little more than what most of us would, but that's okay. That boils down to preference. But I found the Corsair HS60 Pro to be a really good gaming headset for only $50. So you have your audio solution, your keyboard, your mouse, and your headset. Your network card, you can get a network card for between like 10 and $20 if you wanted to go wireless. And like if you absolutely positively had no other way to connect to the internet and you needed a PCIe wireless network card, you can pick one up for generally around $20. Or you can get like a 15 plus foot long Ethernet cable and wire your computer from your router, right? Where applicable. May or may not be an option for you, but it's one you should consider if it is. Your Highness says, wireless for me, will pay more for high-end wireless tech. And yeah, and you know what? That's definitely a bonus. I am trying to, increase my internet speed, but we're kind of monopolized here with our internet service provider. They have essentially monopolized the high-speed internet game around here, and they are essentially the only ones we can go for with high-speed internet. So, I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is. I'm able to stream at 1080p, and that was something I definitely wanted to do. Originally, the live shows were strong. They were streamed at 720p. Now they're streamed at 1080p. And when we did the pop-up live stream, that was essentially the first test I wanted to see streaming at 1080p, which rhymed a little bit, I see, but I didn't mean to. Yeah, all right, I messed it up. But yeah, Your Highness says wireless for me. We'll pay more for high-end wireless tech. Definitely a solution. Definitely a solution. But you have your headset, $50. Gaming mouse, might as well say 20, right? 80, and then your keyboard, about $124, a little over $120. This, and I do want to mention that yes, this is obviously we're talking in terms of USD, and this I did not include taxes because that could be very different based on the state or municipality you live in. But you have your core necessities, your keyboard, right? Mechanical keyboard, RGB, $34.99. Gaming mouse. You gotta love how it's marketed as a gaming mouse, right? But you have a gaming mouse. I wanted to market it as a gaming mouse because it has RGB. Because your gaming peripherals need RGB. Did that rhyme a little bit? That was cringy. But $27.33 for your gaming mouse. Logitech gaming mouse, 8,000 DPI, right? Really good for games that require fast movement. And then you have your audio solution, your gaming headset for $50, right? Which, when it's Amazon's preferred choice, when it's recommended by Amazon, you got something good going there. But for $50, for that total, for a little over $120, you could, take care of your core necessities. That's your keyboard, your mouse, your network card, your audio solution. And essentially, you could interchange any of these to fit your play style, your personality, or your preference. Again, that's something you're going to hear me say more and more during this live show. Preference versus performance. How well you want your system to perform versus how good you want it to look and how much you want it to reflect your personality, right? But you could change or you could easily interchange any of these to fit your playstyle, your personality, or your preference. Bad habit. It's good to see you, bad habit. Bad habit says kind of late to the party, but I'm here. But the party's still going, fam. So you're not late. You're right on time. It's good to see you. We're talking about pre-built custom PC and waiting to get into PC gaming in 2021, which which are viable options, especially if you have a $1,400 budget or a $1,400 in disposable income, right? Popular buzzword here in the States right now. But let's say you finally got that disposable money. You want to, treat yourself or treat your husband, treat your son, treat your daughter, right? I don't want to like be ignorant. There's gamers of all different types, all different kind of backgrounds, right? So, if maybe you have a spouse, maybe your wife wants to get into PC gaming, right? Like we got Mrs. Moderator. She plays Fortnite with us and we're pretty good, casual Fortnite players. We finished like top 2, top 3, top 4. My son, who I believe is still here on the live show, he plays with us, Z Fluent. But we're pretty good. But we got my wife. She plays PC gaming, so you could have a spouse that could want to get into PC gaming and don't know how to start, don't know where to get, don't you have the means, but you don't know the way. It's kind of what we said earlier. So that's what we're talking about, bad habit. Thanks for joining, and everybody else who just joined the live show. Welcome to the weekly Inside the Lab live experience, where we discuss all things PC gaming, and the flow of the show is centered around a core focus or a core topic, which is again building a pre-built or buying a pre-built PC or building a custom PC or simply waiting here in 2021. We kind of talked about your monitor, setting aside part of your budget for your monitor, which we said between $160 to $230 for between a 1080p 75 hertz IPS monitor to a 2560 by 1440p hertz monitor, or 1440p 75 hertz monitor, right? And then we talked about our core necessities. We're breaking down the budget. We're talking about our core necessities. We're talking about setting aside of that $1,400 because this price reflects a total configuration, not just the PC, right? Like the PC doesn't cost 1,100. The PC doesn't cost 1,200, right? And you need to still account for your core necessities and your monitor should you have not already purchased one, right? Because we talked about it's not ideal to game on a TV. If you have a high-end gaming PC, past $500, past $600, $700, it's in my opinion you want at least a 1080p 60 hertz IPS monitor, right? It'll bond well with your system. Bad Habit says, yes, one of my younger nephews is thinking about PC, but he wants a PS5 first. Sorry, I broke that down, right? It looked like a P85. $1,400 is a great budget. Yeah. So, your nephew, again, PC consoles have a purpose, right? But PCs have character. Maybe your nephew wants to, play one simple plug and play. Maybe he is intimidated by the nuances of PC gaming. But I'm willing to bet that once your nephew plays on a PC, especially once he realizes that, let me switch here, because I love this part. Like when I do follow-ups with my clients, I ask them, I say, hey, when's the last time you played your console since I delivered your PC, right? Or since you picked up your PC? And they almost always certainly tell me they got to do one of these. They got to think about the last time they touched their console since getting their PC. It's in my sincerest opinion, right, that once you go PC, you don't go back to console. You're very hard pressed to like go back, even if it's on the higher form of PS5, especially if you're dealing with a custom PC and you're seeing this magnificent machine that you played some part of it, even if it was just picking out your parts and budgeting everything out, like you played a role in bringing this machine to life. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I would avoid a twisted VA panel. I'm sorry, I would avoid a TN panel. And for those of you who don't know, TN stands for twisted pneumatic, right? It's an older form panel with VA being a vertically aligned panel, which generally are a little cheaper than IPS panels, but IPS panels are starting to come down in price. As the example here, if we go back to it, as the example here, both of these are IPS panels. This is 2560 by 1440p, 75 hertz IPS panel with a 1 millisecond response time. It's 24 inches, but it's a fast panel. And even same thing with this 1080p panel. This is an IPS panel as well, 75 hertz, 1 millisecond response time for $119. Not bad, right? So like IPS prices have come down a long way, but you could save. You could save going with a VA panel, which is just as fine, especially if it's to play casually, right? Especially if it's to play casual games. But that's setting aside for your monitor. We talked about that, $160 to $230. Now you want to set aside of that $1,400, as Bad Habit mentioned. That's a good price, right? Yeah. Especially once you take into consideration, Bad Habit, that's for the whole entire setup, right? That's for the monitor, what we've called or what I've officially branded your core necessities, your keyboard, your mouse, your monitor, your audio solution, network solution, your internet solution, whether that is wireless, as you mentioned. You use wireless, or if it's wired and you need a really lengthy Ethernet cord, right? Um, all of those things are going to come out of this $1,400 budget. And that's even with the base system included, both custom and pre-built, right? Both custom and pre-built. But it's good to set aside the money for your for your core necessities first. Why? Because regardless of what you're able to settle on in terms of a system, you need these things. Let's keep that in mind. Like, I know it sounds obvious, right? But I don't want to I don't want to tread down the road of ignorance. Like, you need to take into consideration, you need to factor a keyboard and mouse budget, or keyboard, mouse, monitor, audio, all of those things into your budget as you're doing it for your PC. I've talked to so many clients, even in the consulting phase, that they just have not budgeted for a keyboard and mouse. And I say, well, if you tell me you only have $1,000 to spend, like, you can't go past that, and you don't have a keyboard and mouse, you don't have a monitor, or maybe you say, you know what, I just got a basic keyboard and mouse. I don't need anything fancy. I don't need no lights. I don't need anything like that. You're even still very much under this amount here. We have $90 to $120. You're even under that. Then I just showed you an example with a $50 set of Corsair headphones. Right, they're wired, but $50 Corsair headphones, $35 keyboard, RGB mechanical keyboard, $27 gaming mouse, and again, you can pick up a PCIe network adapter for $20, or if you want to go USB, you can pick one up for even less. So again, you could easily interchange any of these, but for our $1,400 budget, which is super fixed, because all of these parts we discussed, from building or buying a PC, but it is part of your core necessities. It really is. I can't stress that enough. And you will need them to get started. Nonetheless, no matter where you are in the process, you will need them. Bad Habit says, okay, we already caught that. It says, I know IPS is great, but VA is cheaper. Yeah. And tell us, Bad Habit, what resolution do you play at with refresh rate? We asked everybody earlier in the live show. But do tell us what resolution and refresh rate that you play at currently, or that you're considering should you be ready to upgrade. So, moving along. We have $160 to $230 for your monitor, $90 to $120 for your core necessities, your keyboard, KBMs, keyboard, mouse, your audio solution, your network solution. Now, buying a pre-built, right? Buying a pre-built in 2021 versus building, right? And why it makes sense and why it doesn't, right? Because previously there were pros and cons to, going with a pre-built PC. They were usually normally higher than what it would cost for you to build a PC, right? So remaining true to our $1,400 budget, because we're still sticking to our $1,400 budget even with buying a pre-built. So what we're going to do is we're going to say we actually have about $1,000 budget to work with our pre-built. And now I did kind of scout ahead, right? I said, okay, let's say a client reached out to me and they say, well, I have $1,000. This is what I want. Can you? I don't want to get a custom PC. I just want a PC that you could just set up, and I'm gonna tell you what kind of games I want downloaded. Where could you go? Well, again, I said, well, let me take that $1,000 and let me put myself in the shoes of my client or the shoes of a consumer, right? And I said, well, if I had $1,000, because there are pros and cons to pre-builds, and we're going to talk about the pros and cons here coming up in a second, because there are pros and cons to buying a pre-built. For example, this one here from SkyTech, it's in stock, it's available. So again, if you had $1,400, you already bought your core, your core necessities, your keyboard, mouse, your monitor, your network. You wouldn't need it, obviously, maybe just the Ethernet cable with this system. But you're still under $1,400, even with a 1440p monitor. Let's say you wanted to pair this this pre-built PC with 2560 by 1440p. It has a 1660, so it's more than capable to do so. Planks BK, it's good to see you. Planks. I'm glad you made it. I know we talk a lot during in the comment section. It's good to see you, Planks. We're talking about pre-built, right? And buying a building a custom PC or buying a pre-built PC here in 2021. It came at a perfect time as we're in the segment of buying a pre-built. Stick it to a $1,400 budget or a $1,400 setup configuration. We talked about setting aside between $160 to $230 for your monitor, whether that be a 1080p or a 1440p monitor. And then we talked about setting aside between $90 to $120 for your core necessities, that being your keyboard, your mouse, your audio solution, your network solution. And now we're talking about your first step if you wanted to go with, now, say, I don't want to go with a custom, I want to buy a pre-built PC. What is a decent pre-built PC to buy in that $1,400 budget setup system, right? Like this is all within that $1,400 constraints or that $1,400 PC budget that we talked about in the beginning of the live show. Now, do keep in mind, because you see the 8 gigabytes of DDR4, 3000 megahertz, which is pretty decent, right? 802.11 AC Wi-Fi. But here's the kicker: GTX 1660, 6 gigabyte, right? It's one of the immediate pros. We got a few. I have 3 examples that we're going to bring up, and this is one of the 3, and because they're all priced at slightly different prices, but this one's $925. So we even still have room under that $1,000 budget, that $1,000 cap that we said we have to go in with, where we said we already bought our monitor. Let's say we bought that 25, it's right here. Let's say we bought that 2560 by 1440p monitor for $227. We say, you know what, I got my monitor, I'm ready, I'm going to be at a premium high-end resolution, high-end system, high-end setup. I already have my keyboard, everything worked out. I'm just ready for my system now, lab. Like, I'm ready to go in. So you say, all right, I have $1,000 left, or just about that. I can buy this pre-built. It's an i5-9400F. The F means it doesn't have onboard graphics, so you won't need it. I mean, especially if you have a dedicated video card. Wouldn't recommend Intel's onboard graphics anyway, even on 9th generation, unless it's for casual browsing and doing, basic schoolwork or what have you. But it's a 6-core, 6-thread i5. Plenty of, very much a capable CPU, especially at 1440p, a higher resolution, so you're slightly more GPU bound. And you figure this isn't a bad starting point. One of the biggest advantages is that it has dedicated video card, a GTX 1660. Earlier in the year, I did a video on, late last year, we did a video on the 1660 Ti. We tested that video card out at both 1440p and 1080p, and it's a very capable GPU, right? And not a bad pairing with this i5-9400F. Again, it's available. It's available. So should you have the means, here is one possible way. If you're here right now watching on the live show, if you're here you saw the title and you say, you know what's this guy talk about $1,400 setup? I got $1,400 right now, or I'm anticipating a cash influx coming my way. I want to finally get into PC gaming. I want to know what all the fuss about. How is it the superior platform and this and that, the pinnacle of gaming, yada yada yada. Here is a possible starting point, especially with going with the pre-built PC, especially in terms of the alternative we're going to talk about after we move on to building a custom PC. But let me get caught up in the chat really fast. As Darkness Play says, I'm back. My done stream. I was saying my bad. I'm back from streaming. Darkness Plays, that's awesome. Hope the stream went well. And welcome back. I definitely appreciate you. It's a good YouTube sees that as a good sign when viewers have to leave, but then they come back. Maybe YouTube says, hey, this live stream is actually happening. This guy, he must know what he's doing, right? But I appreciate you coming back. Darkness Plays. Planks PK says, everybody go follow him. He makes amazing content. Yeah, Planks PK, thanks for the plug. Definitely, if you're here on a live show and you haven't yet, subscribe. Hopefully, I've earned your subscription at some point or up to this point. And if not, I will continue my best to deliver valuable and entertaining content that is helpful and informative to you, that helps you make informed decisions with your PC purchases. Bad Habit says, I just got an AOC CQ27 G2 27 inch 144 Hz 2K, but it's a VA panel which was affordable. I'm satisfied playing with 2K. Don't really need 4K gaming. Yeah, when I test that 4K, I'm like, some games are okay. Some games I still very much prefer, and I talked about this in the beginning of the live show. But some games, let me switch back here. Some games I still very much prefer to play at 1440p. It's the sweet spot, and I really am going to do more content when we start our mini ITX series on that resolution and some of the affordable ways with the Acer monitor we just displayed that we had on Amazon, that you can get into the resolution. It's becoming more and more, it's becoming more and more mainstream. But 1920 by 1080p is very much still a viable resolution, especially for newbies who are just getting their feet into the PC gaming world. And if you were like me, I got tired of 1080p like fast. Maybe like within a month, I desired like more pixels. I desired more power, right? But I resonate. Excuse me, I resonate with that. Like you said, it was more affordable, and sometimes that is the victory right there. It's what's more affordable, not necessarily not with what we want, right? But with what suits our needs, right? And sometimes that falls under the category of, well, what's more affordable? What makes the most sense for my budget or my wallet? Because we don't fanboy around here, right, in this community. It's okay to have your preferences, sure. But at the end of the day, your budget, your wallet is the most important, benefactor from your decisions and from your purchases. That's why it's definitely good to know your needs and know what's suitable for your budget. Like Bad Habit mentioned, that hey, 144 hertz 2K monitor, which is that's the sweet spot. That's a healthy place to be in. I prefer ultra wide, which is, you get a few more pixels, a few more 100 pixels, but the aspect ratio is what is the biggest difference, going from a 16 by 9 to 21 by 9. But me personally, 3440 by 1440p, great resolution, but 2560 by 1440p, especially at 144 hertz. If you have the hardware to power and drive that monitor and refresh that resolution and refresh rate, you're going to get an amazing experience almost out of any game you play, rather that be multiplayer or single player. Like games like The Witcher, like The Witcher 3 and Dying Light that comes to mind. I'm going to be looking forward to playing Resident Evil 8 or Resident Evil Village. I'm not really quite sure how we're supposed to pronounce the moniker, but I'm looking forward to playing Resident Evil 8 and Resident Evil Village. And I'm hoping we'll finish up with doing our walkthrough with Alien Isolation, which I'm going to tell you now, rumor has it that a pop-up live stream could be coming up here very soon. So again, if you're not yet subscribed, I do welcome you to give the stream a like and definitely subscribe if you haven't yet, because we will continue our pop-up live stream playlist where we pop up and play a game. I really want to play Resident Evil 8. I enjoy Resident Evil 7, and it was one of my favorite games I played when I converted back onto the PC platform, right, from the old Intel Core 2 Duo days. But it was a game that I was heavy anticipating wanting to play in 4K, and I specifically waited to play that game in 4K, and it just looked incredible. It looked amazing. And like Tricion, who's not here earlier, he mentioned that, his preference 40 40 fps is playable to him. That's perfectly fine. And I said, you know what, me too, especially at 4K, because Resident Evil 7 at the time, I was playing it on a GTX 1080, and at 4K max settings I was somewhere around 35 40 fps, but it was perfectly fine for me. Like for my experience, I did not need a high refresh rate. I just wanted the game to look as best as it possibly could, so I turned up all the settings. I'm a max setting gamer, right? Like I often don't compromise on the graphic settings unless it's just under like 40 fps. If I start getting under 40 fps, Cyberpunk 2077 coming to mind. If I want to play it at a higher resolution, shameless mention here, but I will turn on DLSS when I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077, and that is to kind of compensate for the frame rate hit with turning the graphics up, even at 3440 by 1440p. And Plank says, I bought the Core i7 9700K and a Z390. Yeah, I saw your comment on last week's live show. That's a great pair, right? Great motherboard combination, and it leaves a door open should you want to say, switch to a 9900K for hyper threading and slightly higher performance. So definitely suitable. And I see you say, is the Core i7 9700K good for 1440p gaming? I mean, yes, absolutely. Generally, the faster your CPU, the better your experience, no matter what resolution you're gaming at. More 4K, not so much the case, right? But especially at 2560 by 1440p, the game is still very much dependent on a fast CPU, although it's relying on the graphics card to render those graphics first and then send them to the monitor, right? Your CPU still has to process those textures, the geometry, the AI that is attached to those textures. Like your CPU very much still plays a role at that resolution, and that's something we'll talk about in the RTX 3090 6 months later review that's set to drop on Monday. But it is good for 1440p gaming, especially if you pair it with a suitable cooling solution and you let Intel boost up on its own. You can overclock it quite naturally, of course, because it is a K-skewed CPU. But if you're uncomfortable with overclocking, just let the CPU boost to its maximum clock speed. Should it have the appropriate temperature overhead, I'd recommend you going with an AIO, maybe like even like 120 millimeter AIO. I'm not sure what case you're using or what case you've considered, but consider going with an AIO to get the max out of that CPU. Still very much a capable CPU. We got a 9900K here that we're gonna use once I demonstrate why ninth generation Intel 9900K still incredible value. They're back on sale for $300. I essentially paid $300 for mine. It's like $315 after taxes and shipping off of eBay, but it's brand new sealed, right? And it's, I think, incredible value, especially if you want to create content and you just want a 8 core 16 thread is a good place to start. Especially if you don't want Team Red AMD, or you use Adobe and you want to take advantage of hardware accelerated integrated graphics on your Intel CPU, right? You have so many different choices. But the 9700K, yes, it is good for 1440p gaming. That's very much going to depend on good terms with the graphics card you plan on pairing. I see you say, is an RX 580 8 GB good for 1440p? You likely would need to lower the settings in a lot of the games you want to play. Okay. Um, it's fast. Old Polaris GPU. It's fast, but it has 8 GB of VRAM, but it's more so suited for 1080, play up in your graphic settings at 1080p, right? Because that's essentially what the RX 580 is. It is a 1080p about max card settings. Slightly, drivers might have matured a little bit, but at one point it wasn't that much slower than a GTX 1070. And here recently, it might even caught up with the GTX 1070. But if you want to play at 1440p, the RX 580 is a suitable option for what is considered to be available right now. But Plays PK, you're kind of jumping the gun a little bit, because we're going to talk about, ironically, the RX 580 as an option should you want to go with the custom route. But you're going to need to finagle. It's going to take an unconventional approach when doing so. And I see Bad Habit says it's a curved monitor, and I'm a fan of curved monitors. Like my MSI 341CQ as a curved monitor. And at first I was like, you know what, I'm not quite sure if I'm digging the change because I was coming from a 16 by 9, 3840 by 2160 monitor. And so when I got this curved ultra wide, I didn't really notice the difference until I fired up the first game. And the first game was The Witcher 3, right? I played The Witcher 3 and I said, wow. Right, like that's awesome. I know curved monitors hasn't received as much love, and some people don't understand the hype, but I do like my monitors to be curved. Like I do like it to have some curves. In plain speak cases, I bought an air cooler with 5 heat pipes in RGB. Okay, well air is even perfectly fine, especially if you don't plan on doing any manual overclocking. Um, I imagine the CPU probably has like a 120 watt TDP, which is probably base frequency, but probably when it boosts up, it's probably like 150 to 160 watts. So it's something that you want to look up to make sure your CPU cooler can disperse enough heat and energy, right, at the CPU's boost clock speeds. Because that's one thing Intel doesn't advertise. They don't advertise the CPU's TDP at its boost clock frequencies. Intel advertises its TDP at their base clock frequencies, which I believe the 9700K has a base clock frequency of like 3.6 gigahertz or 3.7 gigahertz, with a boost clock frequency of at least up to 4.3, 4.4 gigahertz, maybe even higher. Once you consider, I believe 8700K's boost clock frequency was like 4.2 gigahertz, and that's only 8 cores, 8 threads. But awesome stuff. Well, do tell us, Planks PK, what type of air cooler, like what brand, did you go with? And speaking of, let's get back to our pre-built segment because we have what's essentially a system that's under $1,000 with a GTX 1660 6 gigabyte variant, 500 gigabyte SSD, like pretty standard. Like, and keep this in mind because we're going to talk about all of these specs, why it makes sense if you wanted to go with the pre-built, why it wouldn't make sense to go with the pre-built, and incorporating the cost of the base pre-built system into our $1,400 total budget setup. Now, if you just now joined us again, welcome to the weekly live Q&A experience. But we're talking about getting into PC gaming in here in 2021, essentially by either buying a pre-built PC or building a custom gaming PC with a $1,400 budget. That's very important because that's just not the cost of the PC. That is for the whole entire setup, your core necessities, your monitor, and the base system. We've already talked about, allocating about $160 to $230 for your monitor, between $90 to $120 for your core necessities, your keyboard, your mouse, your headphones, audio solution, and you could even go speakers. Let me know, what kind of gamer are you? Are you an audiophile? Is what they call them. Like, are you an audiophile? Do you take great appreciation into a game soundtrack in the tiniest of details, all the way down to the simplest of sound effects, like wind blowing in the air as your character walks by, swords clinging up against different surfaces and materials, i.e., wood, metal, and cloth, or what have you? Like, I do enjoy good sound in my games. When I switched over, it was the first time I started playing games with on a headset, and now it's just super immersive, especially when I'm playing Alien Isolation and I hear the alien walking around and breathing. It's just really, really dope. I do personally like, and enjoy good music in my games, just good sound engineering in games, period. And having a gaming headset really helps attune you to what's going on inside of the game's world. So we set aside what, $50 we said for a gaming headset, 30 little over $30 for a mechanical RGB, right? Like RGB, you down with RGB? Yeah, you tell me. That was a little cringy, but I wanted to say it anyway. I did it in an earlier video, a little bit of an inside joke, but I digress. But yeah, $35 mechanical keyboard, under $30 gaming mouse, $50 gaming headset, $10 15-foot long Ethernet cable or network adapter should you want to go wireless with the wireless connection. And that leaves you with still plenty of room overhead for your base system. In this case, we started with taking $1,000 and shopping for a pre-built PC. The first one here has an i5 9400F. It's a really decent pairing. Now keep in mind, just because this is what's displayed in the image of the listing, it may not be entirely reflective of what you get. But the specs will match up. But you could either end up with like an Asus 1660 Ti, or I'm sorry, 1660, or a Red Dragon 1660. Does it could very much depend. Same thing with your motherboard, right? But do keep in mind your specs. 8 gigabytes of DDR4. Keep that in mind because we're going to talk about it. But another example I wanted to bring up was another pre-built, and it was slightly priced lower than the previous one, but the price shot up. Wow. It was less than that, fam. It was like under $1,000, but it has a 1660 Super. And look at that price. Now, yes, the price did go up, but if you fix your budget around there, but you don't have much, once you take into consideration if you're if you're settling up on a $1,400 budget setup, and 1,200 of that is going to just the system, you're left with like less than $200 to account for your monitor. So while not a good example, it's just something to take into consideration. Prices may not stay the same the first time you come across or when you're shopping. It's good to buy when you are ready. That's why we're stressing that this live stream is centered around a $1,400 budget configuration, to where if you have the $1,400 and you want to get into PC gaming, what is the way? Well, this pre-built may not be an option simply because the price has gone up since I did some research on it. Originally, I searched for PCs under $1,000, and this was one of the ones that came up. But it has an i5-10600KF, really decent CPU in my opinion. So that's 6 core, 12 threads. Doesn't have integrated graphics, but it is overclockable. And again, another trending thread here, and that is it has a dedicated video card, a 1660 Super. That's a fantastic graphics card. Like, I wish I can get my hands on a 1660 Super right now, and you just can't. Like, they're going for over $600 to $700, and we'll demonstrate that when we switch over to eBay. So while not necessarily a viable option, you can look at the other pre-built, which was the one for $925. This one has a 1660, still very much capable of driving that resolution of 1440p by 75 hertz. You may have to tweak some of your graphics settings, but still, this graphics card will be able to power that resolution and drive that refresh rate. Now, again, this pre-built went over our $1,000 limit. Just happened, but should you either A, be able to increase your budget or fix it to where you can afford it, still very much an option, or you can go with this iPower under $900 pre-built gaming PC with the Ryzen 5 3600. Everybody's popular and favorite 6-core 12-thread Zen 2 CPU, right? The Ryzen 5 3000 6-core 12-thread 3.6 gigahertz base clock frequency, but I've seen 3600s boost all the way up to 4.2 and even get 4.3 all-core overclocks out of them. And you get an RX 5500 XT. Now, it is less VRAM, 2 gigabytes less VRAM than the 1660 Super and the 1660 we were just looking at in the other system, but very much still a capable RDNA 1 graphics card, which I do suspect we will see a 6500. I talked about that in previous videos and even previous live shows, but I do think we will see a 6500 XT along with a 6600 XT, a 6700 XT, which we know is coming, and a 6700. I think the 5500 XT likely will either have 8 gigabytes of VRAM or 10, right? And that's to make it compete. There could be competitive with, say, the possible future RTX 3050 Ti or 3050. But this pre-built, $876. So you actually have some overhead to either enhance this system or enhance your monitor. Now, there's not much you can really do in terms of graphics card. You want a pre-built. Part of the reasons why getting a pre-built is because, well, you want a dedicated graphics card. So quite naturally, you're not going to buy this pre-built. Be like, well, I want to up the graphics card. That's not an option. Part of the reason why you're even going with the pre-built, more than likely, is because you have already went through the notion of trying to find a dedicated video card. Or maybe you've networked and connected with the system integrator, people like myself and Cliff and Triceon, just to name a few. I know they build as a service in their localities and where they are from. But you're not going to want to upgrade your video card, right? So let's talk about the pros and cons with pre-built, because that right there is a perfect segue into why it makes sense and why it doesn't make sense, but why it very much is a viable option, at least in this time period right now, because we are very much amid the 2021 tech demic. Remember, I called it the tech demic. I get that. We're going to get that on the shirt. I keep saying again a lot. But again, yeah, again, we're going to get that on the shirt. I think it's pretty dope. But we are in the middle of a tech demic. You're very hard pressed to find a 5500 XT. Even if that was the graphics card you had your heart and mind set on. You say, you know what, I want a 5500 XT. I did the research on it. I saw the benchmarks. It's going to run the games I want to play at the refresh rate that I want to play, or the FPS I want to play at the graphic settings I want to play. You won't be able to find a 5500 XT. Bad Habit says, what's the market like for pre-builds? Are people really buying them? I think they are, because essentially they are what's available. As you can see here, excuse me, as you can see here, this one only has two left in stock from iBuyPower, but it's $876. If you have $1,400, that's enough. If you have $1,400 right now, fam, right? Bad Habit, let's say you wanted to get your nephew, a PC, or anybody here in the live stream, where we talked about we are all this hypothetical client that wants to get into PC gaming. But if you have $1,400, that's enough for this PC that's available right now, and your core necessities, your keyboard, your mouse, your network card, your audio solution, and your monitor at a higher resolution. You don't have to go 2560 by 1440p. Maybe you just want to play like Minecraft and Fortnite, what have you. 1080p at 75 hertz would definitely suit your needs, right? What you can pick up will be found a $119, $120 1080p IPS 1 millisecond response time 24-inch or 23-inch monitor for $119. So you don't have to go with the slightly $100 more Acer Nitro. You can either put that money to enhancing the pre-built or in another area, which we're going to talk about now. So Bad Habit, to answer your question, I do think people are buying them. Savvy people are buying them, even if it's to, unfortunately, what I suspect is happening. I cannot confirm or deny this, but I am willing to bet that from my normal parts hunts, because I normally still very much go hunting for used parts, I see a lot of OEM-based motherboard CPUs being sold. I see a lot of OEM cases being sold from like iBuyPower. So I imagine now the scalpers are buying pre-builds too, realizing that they can just pull the graphics card and part it out and just make a profit off of just selling the graphics card as a standalone. But you know, the part of the idea of this live show is to bring into a viewer's attention that this is a route that you could too possibly go to circumvent the scalpers, because they are very much still scalping. And if you try to search for a 5500 XT, we're going to bring it up as one of our examples. You're going to be it's staggering what they're going for, right? It's staggering for what they're going for. But we have our three examples. It was three, but again, this one jumped up in price, or not that one. Well, where'd it go? Okay. Well, it's not up anymore. But we have our two examples, right? $876, 925. Your i5 9400. I mean, both these CPUs, i5 9400 and Ryzen 5 3600. I wish you knew what the motherboard was. It'd be hard pressed to imagine that it's not an A320 motherboard or a 420 motherboard. B450 hopefully, but you would have a further upgrade path going with the Ryzen based platform, the AMD platform system. Slower graphics card with less VRAM, but you could upgrade all the way up to a possible 16 core should the motherboard the BIOS microcode support the 16 core 32 thread 3950X. Or you can either upgrade to a 3800X should you want more cores. Ask yourself, well, if I want 8 core 16 thread CPU, I'm already on a Z390, right? Motherboard. Why not go with a 9900K? Be a great pairing even for your 1080p monitor or your 1440p monitor. Right? But let's talk about it's hard to ignore the cons. Let's start with the cons first, right? I'm like me personally. I'm normally like, give me the bad news first. If there's good news and bad news, I'm like, you know what? Give me the bad news first. And let's work through that. Let's get that out the way before you give me good news and then it's killed with, you know, bad news follow thereafter. But let's start with the cons to buying a pre-built, right? The first one being, what we were just talking about, not knowing what motherboard that Ryzen 5 3600 is paired with. So, questionable motherboard and PSU quality are generally the first two things that come to mind when consumers, especially gamers, we hear pre-build. They think, oh, maybe the motherboard's not that great, maybe the PSU's not that great. I'm gonna have to worry about my system burning up, or maybe it won't last long. These system integrators like iBuyPower, CyberPower, what have you, they have to find ways to cut costs to increase their margin, their profit lines with selling pre-built PCs because it's very slim, right? There's a reason why if we jump down to these next two cons, low storage capacity and most pre-builds having less than 8 gigabytes of memory, that was almost the case in the two examples that we just pulled up. Both of them had less than 8 gigabytes of memory. And again, you can go past that and get a pre-built with 16 gigabytes. But we set the budget at $1,000, right? So the idea was to have $1,000 budget because we're starting with 14. We already bought our monitor, right, for $230. Then we already bought our keyboard and mouse and network card and what have you for about $120. So now we work down and say, well, we got our core necessities, we got our monitor. Let's now take some of our budget, whatever's left, and either put it towards buying a pre-built or trying to find a way into getting a custom built PC. But one of the first cons, again, motherboard PSU quality. This could make future upgrades more expensive, right? Say if you want to upgrade your CPU or GPU, for that reason why being that maybe your motherboard doesn't support, maybe the chipset doesn't support the CPU you want to upgrade. It may support the socket, right? But your chipset may not support that CPU. So you might need to buy a new motherboard with that CPU. And same thing with GPU. Maybe your power supply doesn't have enough pins to support the graphics card you pick. So let's say, you started out with a 1666 gigabyte. I believe that's maybe a six pin graphics card, but then maybe you bought a GTX 1070, right? Or you bought a graphics card with an 8-pin power requirement. Now you also need to buy a new power supply unit. I was talking to a member here in the community over on the Instagram. The Instagram. I sound like a boomer, right? I was talking to a member in the community over on Instagram, and they shared that that's what their experiences was. They were upgrading their pre-build, and they were, a little intimidated by the process and getting to that dreaded part where you got to plug the input-output pins from the case to the motherboard down to normally it's at the bottom right of the motherboard. They're in that that part of the process, and it's coming from a pre-built, and they shared their struggles, and there is some, especially if you're not familiar, and if you're one of those people and you're here on the live show right now, or you're here on the replay. Let us know. We will do our best to help you with any questions you have along the way. Especially if you're here on the replay, you can always pause the video. Do be sure you try to watch it all the way through, right? It helps. It goes a long way. But you can always at any time stop, leave a timestamp, say, hey, I had a question about what you mentioned, with your graphics card needing the right power pins for my graphics card. I'm still a little confused about that. Do feel free to ask. This community is riddled with helpful individuals, right? All knowledgeable and could all act as resources. Spider Rule says upgradability in hardware because of custom hardware. Yeah, and when we talk about going the custom route, that are two things we're going to speak on, right? But one of the other cons again is low storage capacity. So some of the two pre-builds we looked at, one of them did have 500 gigabyte SSD, which is pretty standard. Like it depending on how much the budget is that an individual is working with, that's typically where I like to try to start them out with. If they're willing, if they have, or if they plan on having an extensive library, like more than 10 games, then I say, hey, you definitely might want to consider upping that up, or compensating with at least a 1 terabyte mechanical spinner for games you may not play as much. And that's because games like Fortnite, which Epic just reduced by some 60 gigabytes, but even right now, Fortnite is like a 26 gigabyte download and install on your drive. Call of Duty Warzone takes up 175 gigabytes of storage. That's a lot, fam. That's just one game, right? That's just one game. So if you plan on downloading and installing a lot of games, and you don't want to have to uninstall and wait to install the game you want to play again, this is one of the cons with buying a pre-built. They have to skim on storage to increase their margin, their profit margins. If you want a pre-built with more storage, you're likely going to pay more money. Bad Habit says, seems like you will have to spend extra money to upgrade the pre-built. Yes, and that's actually a con. That actually leads us, I guess, into like a pro slash con, right? But let's jump to that in a second. But you're absolutely right. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's flexibility because you may not need to immediately upgrade that pre-built. Maybe you can give yourself time to grow out of it, or it outgrow, your playstyle. But one of the biggest hampers, in my opinion, is that most pre-builds come with less than 8 gigabytes of memory. So, for example, Bad Habit mentioned that you're going to spend extra money to upgrade it. That kind of segues into what we're going to talk about as far as the pros, because this is a pro and a con. But your RAM plays such an important role, or it plays it really. What your RAM does, its role is to communicate data between your CPU and your GPU for the most part. But most importantly, with gaming, RAM's role is to hold data, right? To hold data from the game you're playing. And so with low RAM, with not a lot of RAM, your computer won't be able to store all the game info it needs to run properly. So that's like textures, AI code, geometry, open world resources. So that is what leads to choppy frame rates and poor performance when you see that on a system that doesn't have efficient amount of RAM to run the kind of games you want to play, especially at a higher resolution. 8 gigabytes, some people say it's enough. I still very much would recommend 16 gigabytes where applicable. Like I say, flex other parts of your budget just so you can pick up a decent rated memory kit and at least 16 gigabytes or higher, because it's going to really affect the kind of games you play. Windows is going to reserve itself for about a gigabyte and a half of that RAM. A game might take up to 4 to 6. If you have other things running in the background, it will affect your game, right? It will lead to a choppy frame rate, and it'll just lead to an overall bad experience. So yes, you may have to consider upgrading your pre-built after you buy it. Maybe you get it and you say, you know what, I can't run, Resident Evil Village at 60 FPS on my pre-built. It only has 8 gigabytes of RAM, and I get stuttering and I get massive frame rate dips. It's just not playable. What should I do? Well, before we go in on pre-builds, we got to take the good with the bad, throw the baby out, right? But one of the pros with going with the pre-build, before we go in on it, one of the pros is that affordable graphics cards, they're there. We said we take $1,000. You're lucky if $1,000 could even get you. I mean, $1,000 right now is maybe a RTX 3070, somewhere around that way. About an RTX 3070, you'd be somewhere around that ballpark. And it's still marked up about 45 to 50% more. But one pro is that you get an affordable graphics card. Now, from my experience, in that $1,000, like we took $1,000 and we said we want to get a pre-build with $1,000 from our $1,400 setup budget, right? Some of the graphics cards I saw, and like you saw too in the pre-build examples I shared, a 1660, 6 gigabyte GTX 1660, RX 5500 4 gigabyte, and in some cases even a 1650 Super, right? There's so many different options and so many different choices you can pick from at that $1,000 price point. Ron Richards says, "Sup, bro? It's good to see you, Myron. Longtime friend of mine. It's good to see you. How you making out? Glad you were able to join the live show. We're talking about, building a pre I can't talk tonight. I knew it was going to come around. We're talking about building a pre-built PC or building a desktop with a $1,400 total budget for your entire setup. I see we had a few more people join on, and just to do a quick refresher before we continue with some of the pros with going with a pre-built PC. We talked about setting aside about $160 to $230 for, your monitor, for your panel, the window inside of your PC's soul. That is your monitor, and you should budget for it accordingly. It's one of the first parts you should consider buying, right, before anything else. You may have your platform in mind. You may say, I know I want a Ryzen CPU because price to performance, yada, yada, yada. That guy inside the lab, he always blabs about price to performance and what have you. I know I want to go on a Ryzen platform because I'll be able to upgrade my CPU. I get, maximum IPC and cores in my CPU. Or if you may be settling on Intel. You may know your platform, but your monitor should be somewhere at the top priority in terms of the initial setup of configuring your system, right? And in this case, we're rocking with a $1,400 budget, right? A $1,400 budget. We've already got our monitor. We already got our, what we call the core necessities, which I said you should set aside about $90 to $120 for your core necessities. What are your core necessities? Because I borrowed it's a new buzzword. We got Techdemic that you heard from me first. Now you got, um, now you got, yeah, you got Techdemic, and now you got core necessities, borrowed from the bare necessities from the Jungle Book. In case if you don't know, for the unindoctrinated, it's borrowed from the bare necessities. But you got your core necessities. Your core necessities are your keyboard, your mouse, audio solution, network solution, wireless PCIe, network adapter or network card, USB network card, 15, 20, 30-foot long Ethernet cable. These are all factored into this $1,400 budget. I am trying to demonstrate that if you are on the fence, you may have the means, but maybe you don't know the way. Maybe you're unsure of how to even get started with the process of making the journey or making the switch over to PC gaming. Chances are you game on consoles and you're familiar with, the benefits of gaming on the PC, but maybe you're not quite ready. Maybe you're on the fence. This live show is here to tell you that among the techdemic, that's the supply issue that the PC gaming community is dealing with the lack of supply of graphics cards, GPUs, new graphics cards, new GPUs at, as Bad Habit, I believe it was, put it, human prices, which I thought was funny, but it's absolutely true. I mean, we're in the middle of a techdemic because these graphics cards are simply just not available. But in this live show, I want to show you that with a $1,400 budget, you can get in PC gaming, right? Like right now, this is all with parts. You can hit checkout if you have the means. This is the way, right? Rather that's going with the pre-built or building a custom PC. This is the way. So, yeah, welcome all new viewers. Again, this is the weekly live experience, the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A live show experience. If you haven't yet, do be sure to give the live stream a like. And if you haven't yet, hopefully this is the live show where I will earn your subscription, right? I try to make sure the content here is helpful, informative, and overall just helps you make an informed decision as a PC gamer. That's what this community is all about. Yes, gaming in general, whether that be console or PC. We love our console gaming friends just as much as our PC gaming friends, just so long as our console gaming friends understand the mantra that consoles have character, but or consoles have a purpose, and PCs have character. How do I always get my own quote wrong? That's weird, but yeah, that's what we're talking about in this live show. So again, welcome all new viewers. You came in at a probably an important moment or important time of the live show as we're talking about the pros of going with the pre-build. We talked about the cons, and they kind of go hand in hand, right? We talked about the cons being questionable motherboard and PSU quality, low storage, small storage. Again, Fortnite takes 26 gigabytes, and Call of Duty Warzone takes 175 gigabytes of storage. That's a lot. That's just two games, two games, almost 200 gigabytes of storage. That could be problems. That could prove to be troublesome, even if you have a 500 gigabyte SSD, right? Even if you have a 500 gigabyte SSD, that could prove to be burdensome. That you're taking up more than 50% of your single storage solution with only two games, right? Clearly, you may want to download more than two games. And Call of Duty being a game for service and Fortnite being a game for service, those are games you're not really going to want to like uninstall because you're going to usually want to just jump in, play it. But when other new games come out, like Resident Evil 8, or maybe you want to try Cyberpunk 2077, maybe you're feeling frisky, maybe you're feeling, froggy, you want to take that leap, and you do want to give it a shot, you're not leaving yourself much room. So that's one con, and the other one is that most pre-built PCs come with less than 8 gigabytes of DRAM, and memory is important because it stores data from your game and communicates it between your CPU and GPU. So you want to have enough amount of memory to run your games without, choppy frame rates and just impactful dips in your minimum and 1% lows. So just those are three cons. Three pros though is that, we were talking about the tech demic. We were talking about how graphics cards are still very much hard to find. We're going to bring that up here in a second once I switch over to eBay. But graphics cards are still very much hard to find. But a few pros are, you get mid-tier graphics cards are available. They're affordable-ish, right? Like more affordable than what you would pay if you went on independent circuits like eBay. I keep picking on eBay, but you got to have a hate and love relationship with eBay right now. Um, but some graphics cards we saw in pre-builts in this $1,000 price range was a GTX 1660, a 60 gigabyte GTX 1660, an RX 5500X 4 gigabyte, and a 1650 Super, which is also has 4 gigabytes of VRAM. So these are typical dedicated video cards you'll see in a pre-built in that $1,000 price range. Much better than the alternative if you were looking for a new graphics card. You will not be able to find any of those three graphics cards at MSRP. We're going to officially brand that too. We're going to say at human prices. You will not find those graphics cards, those three graphics cards, at human prices right now. And Ron Richard says, best tech YouTube, in my opinion. Thanks, Ron, man. I appreciate that. I'm a small fish in a big pond until one day I could be a big fish in a small pond, right? But definitely appreciate it. We're growing, and I myself have a lot of learning and growing to do too. But another pro is that this system comes ready to go. Like pre-builds are as close to plug and play that you're going to get. That the flexibility that you're awarded with the console. The pre-build is the closest thing you're going to get to that with Windows already installed. And also, like XLR Game and Cliff mentioned, it will even come with a warranty. So that's good too to know that should anything happen to your system, at worst you will be without your system, right? But you will be covered should it be no user error or user fault. Like you go to sit down and you go to turn on your system and your pump fails, right? Like I was trying to help a member in the community over on Instagram. They sent me a DM. I've been communicating with them back and forth here. And they told me eventually we've discovered that their AIO was failing because their CPU was throttling. They shared a video with Need for Speed running, and their CPU was, peaking all the way up to 90 degrees C. So essentially what was happening was, the CPU was slowing itself down so it wasn't to overheat and kill itself, thus affected the resolution. So, but not necessarily the problem with the pre-build. See, that problem maybe that person would have to fix, but with the pre-build, should that happen within warranty, you're not out of pocket, right? And most it's a headache because you have to send the PC back to the company, wait for them to fix it, wait for them to send them back. And if you're like me, I absolutely positively hate that. Like it's a last resort for me. Quite naturally, I can troubleshoot 100% of the problems I encounter with my systems, even if it's a matter of, well, I need to just replace the part. The part's dead because PC parts do have expiration dates on them. They're built to last, but so long. They're proprietary. They'll either work or they won't work until they stop functioning, right? Or until they malfunction. But for the most part, all electronics have a life expectancy. The manufacturers know how long the hardware will last, especially when it's dependent on an operating system. We learned that with Androids come up, right? And even here recently with iOS not being supported on all devices. So hardware is really important. And then the last pro is that, and again, I consider this a pro and a con. I say a pro and a con because it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. I look at it as flexibility. And that's, you can upgrade or enhance the PC. It's a con because it's going to cost you extra money. And if you only have $1,400, like if you say I can't spend no more than $1,400, my mom, my wife, my partner, my husband, what have you, my friend, my roommate, he said we can only spend $1,400. Can't go over. I need this $1,400 to cover everything. And we talked about affordable ways, right? Let me switch back here before I carry on, because we talked about even affordable ways you can buy games after you can finish completing your PC, or even after you buy your pre-built PC. We talked about that in last week's live show with, some of the best affordable ways to download and install your games, right? We talked about the EA Origin subscription service. We talked about the Uplay Plus subscription service. We talked about the Microsoft Game Pass subscription service. We talked about Steam summer sales and winter sales and fall sales. We talked about all of those things where you can save money even if you're down to like your last $10 to $20. Believe it or not, you can sign up for the Xbox Game Pass and immediately have dozens of new titles available at your leisure to play. Gears of War 5, Control, Medium, just to name a few. Pretty soon here, all the Bethesda-based games. Or you can sign up for the Uplay Plus subscription at $6.99 a month and play all Ubisoft titles at any time on demand. So you have flexibility even if you need to buy your games, right? Even if you're down to like your last $15 to $20, right? You can download and install. You can play games in an affordable manner. It's there, right? But one pro slash con, this is a pro and con, and as you can upgrade, or what I like to call enhance the PC. Don't necessarily consider it an upgrade because an upgrade would imply that you need to change the hardware configuration to compensate for a system deficiency, i.e., I can't run X game, so I need a higher video, I need a graphics card with more VRAM, or I can't hit my monitor's target 60 hertz refresh rate because my frame rate is dipping in action intensive scenes. Depending on what your needs is, you may not need to upgrade the PC, but maybe you want to enhance the PC, right? So yes, it's an upgrade, but it's more of an enhancement. And that's because with a pre-built, everything is set. You don't need to touch it in order for it to, serve its purpose. You don't need to touch the pre-built PC. At $1,000 pre-built PC, you're in a good range to be able to be at that 1080p 75 hertz, 1440p 75 hertz monitor refresh rate range. Depending on the game, you just may need to tweak your graphics settings. You may need to compromise. Why the need to compromise? Simply because the gaming community, the gaming industry, the gaming market as a whole, we are, we have the tiger grip is locked around the market, and we are in the thick of, remember, what we call the tech demic. We are in the thick of what we've called the tech demic. So you may need to compromise in certain areas to achieve that balance of what we talked about in the beginning of the live show, performance x preference, right? Two different expenditures you have to be ready to plan for. Because we talked about, for those of you who just joined us, we talked about taking that $1,400 budget, breaking it down to be able to account for the most important components of this system. It's no reason, fam. It's no secret we started out with your monitor. I know you've heard me say it. If you're a regular here in the live show, you've heard me mention this before. Your monitor is the window inside of your system soul. It's the window inside your PC soul. It's the first part you should consider before anything else. Borderline almost your platform. It's going to start with your monitor. Maybe the games you want to play all at 1080p 144 hertz. You say that I know for a fact I want to play Overwatch, I want to play WoW, I want to play Call of Duty Warzone, I want to play Fort. I want to play at a high resolution, and I want to play competitively. I don't need a 1440p monitor to achieve that. Therefore, my budget won't reflect that of a 1440p system. It'll reflect one of a 1080p system, 144 hertz. This is why I say your monitor is the most important part that you start out with. The most important part you consider on day one. But you have your three pros, just like you had our three cons. Enhancing the PC, upgrading the PC, yes, it will cost you money. It's a good thing and it's a bad thing. Why is it you say lab? T, how can it be a good thing and a bad thing? Because it's one of the benefits of being on the PC platform in general, rather that's with a pre-built PC or custom PC. They are essentially one and the same. The parts may be OEM heavy, but at the end of the day, they're both custom pre-built. They're both custom pre-built machines. The parts have already been predetermined for you, but they're both custom machines. So, enhancing the PC, yes, it's a con because it costs you money, but it's a pro because you're awarded the flexibility to do so. It's a faucet that you were not awarded to when you're gaming only on a console. You can't upgrade your console. You know what your console upgrades come in the form of? Every 7 years. That's your hardware upgrade. The idea that PC gamers need to we all the meme or the misconception is PC gamers we constantly need to upgrade our we're constantly spending money to play the latest and newest games just to get a couple more frame rates, and that's just simply not true. With your console, you're stuck in that console in that form, at most being able to increase the storage. But you can't change your dedicated, you can't change your system memory. You can't change your CPU. You can't change the chipset and platform. You can't change the chassis, right? You can't add personality to your console. This is why I say consoles have a purpose, but PCs have character because your PC can reflect a part of your personality. Your console cannot. We talked about that a couple live streams to switch back, and if you wanted that live show during that live stream, I made a really good example, and I had talked about that. If five of us here in this live show all got a PS5, we would all have the same experience. But if all of us was given the same amount of money to get a PC, chances are that PC would be different, and we each would have a different experience, even though we spent the same amount of money. To me, that's one of the beautiful things. That right there, it's one of the beautiful things about gaming on a PC. It really is, right? Like it really is. But that's your pros, right? Affordable graphics cards. You can get a graphics card in a format that's just near impossible to do right now. Again, unless you take unconventional methods. System comes ready to go, so you don't have to worry about building, installing Windows, getting a Windows 10 key, any of that jazz. Which again, I am sponsored by cdkdeals.com. They're not sponsoring this live show, but if you need a Windows 10 key, you can find the video how to activate Windows 10 over in our most recent playlist. Even if you get to some point of the build process and you're not ready now, but you want to know how you can even save money on the Windows 10 key, give that video a watch. Buy with the link in that description box. It'll help me a great deal and really go a long way. But the final pro being an upgrade and enhancing the PC, which one would consider that to be a gift and a curse. And it really is. Even if you built your custom PC with maybe your budget, maybe your circumstances changed, and you're able to invest more in your experience, right? You're able to, get a faster CPU. Maybe you're ready to make some aesthetic changes to your PC. Maybe you want to switch to, high static or high pressure fans or RGB fans, right? Maybe you want to get an RGB controller for your case. You have that flexibility. You have that option. You have that choice. Do you have to make that upgrade? Not necessarily. But should you want to? Could you? Yes, you absolutely could. And that's just, that's why it's a pro and a con. It's going to cost you money, but even if you built your custom PC with a budget you had 2 months ago, and your circumstances changed 6, 7 months ago, and you're like, man, now I have, $500, $600 I could put towards my PC that I wish I had at its inception, right? But you could say, well, hey, I have a 9400. Maybe I can buy a 9900K and another 16 gigabytes of RAM. Kick my system up to 32 gigabytes, get a faster CPU, right? You have those options. You have that choice, right? Now, here's the kicker. If you don't want to go with a pre-built PC, you can still build a PC, right? Build a custom PC in 2021. You need patience. You must be willing to compromise. That's an opinionated statement, but it is very much possible. But two things you're going to need, and that's patience and be willing to compromise. Why would you have to compromise? Well, we're going to talk about that, and it starts with sticking to our $1,400 budget for a complete setup, right? With our 1080p monitor or 1440p monitor taking up between $160 to $230 of that, our keyboard, mouse, audio, and internet taking up about $120 of that, depending on, remember, preference versus performance. Maybe you don't want a mechanical keyboard. Maybe you're perfectly fine with the membrane keyboard. Maybe you just want a standard, $20 keyboard and a $20 mouse. You don't really care. You just want to get started. You may not even need to spend that much. This is just a good baseline. You know what I mean? A good baseline, a good place to start. Leaving that to a total of about $280 if you're going with a 1080p monitor, or $230 or I'm sorry, 230 plus 120 if you're going with a 1440p monitor and a keyboard. Joe Exotic says, "What shape is the sky?" Hard to tell. I mean, it's non-symmetrical, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a I don't study the stratosphere. But moving along to what I do study, and that's PCs. So, how can you get into PC gaming here in 2021? You say, how can I even build a PC? It's next to near impossible. You can't do it. Nope. Not even trying to hear it. You can't find graphics cards. I've already took part of your previous live shows. I've seen it happen. No, you can't build a PC in 2021. It's almost next to near impossible. Even if you wanted to go custom. So, one benefit to going custom is you are directly responsible for the parts that go into the system. Like you're picking your case, you're picking, your power supply unit, you're picking your cooler. You don't have to worry about OEM parts or any of that other jazz. Pre-built, you don't have that option. You don't have that flexibility or that choice. But switching over here to everybody's favorite tool, and that's PC Part Picker. Now, yes, I went ahead and I've already parted out this system quite naturally, right? And to kick it off, because I wanted to try to stay as true as possible to our pre-built examples we had. And as a general rule of thumb, when I normally get a pre-built specific base question, I normally recommend that a person start with at least the fastest CPU possible. Now, why is that? Because at the end of the day, your CPU is still going to play an important role in driving your frame rates, either at 1080p, especially 1080p, and also 1440p, right? Also, keep in mind to avoid any possible bottlenecks. It's another reason why to have the fastest CPU possible, and that's to avoid any possible GPU bottlenecks, or CPU bottlenecks, which wouldn't necessarily occur at 1440p. You would more so see that at 1080p. Now, a CPU bottleneck, and that's a whole nother topic for a separate live show. Excuse me, but essentially, a CPU bottleneck isn't necessarily a bad thing. Some games may be more CPU dependent. One of the truest examples I can give you is GTA 5. Right? GTA 5 is a CPU dependent game. It relies on complicated math to process all of that AI action. Excuse me. Excuse me. But it relies on the CPU to process all of that AI action. This is why a fast CPU in GTA 5, even at high resolution, still very much will work your CPU. So this is why you very much want to invest in a fast CPU. So I started with the Ryzen 5 3600, 6-core, 12-thread CPU. And again, these are all parts that are available right here, right now. So our 6-core, 12-thread Ryzen 5 3600X, or 3600. The 3600X is just a better bin version. If you plan on overclocking, you might want to consider the 3600X, but it's usually not worth the extra amount of money, especially you're not going to want to overclock on the stock cooler that comes with it. You would most likely want to invest in an aftermarket cooler like an AIO or a beefier air sink, right, with a bigger heat sink, or air cooler, I'm sorry, with a beefier heat sink. And then for our motherboard, I went with the B550M Pro 4 Micro ATX motherboard. Why B550? Well, again, unlike a pre-built, if you went custom with this price configuration, right? If you went custom, you would be able to, on that 500 series chipset, be able to upgrade should they become more abundant. Which last time I checked, which we'll jump over to Micro Center if we have time, we'll check to see what the stock situation is looking like on Ryzen 5000 CPUs. But you can start off with the Ryzen 5 3600. Upgrade or enhance this custom PC down the road. You won't need to immediately, like your 6-core 12-thread Ryzen 5 is going to serve your needs for a year or more, easy, right? And the B550 chipset is going to bring new features. Now, also remember, AMD announced that Smart Access Memory, their version of resizable bar, which is a PCIe express technology that boosts your frame rates by allowing the CPU to directly communicate with the GPU. That's coming to Ryzen 3000 and B500 series motherboards. So you'd be able to take advantage of that, but you need an RX 6000 series GPU. But again, flexibility, it's there should you want to. Bad Habit says, but can it run Crysis? I mean, this configuration, Once we set up on a GPU, absolutely. Even the pre-builds we picked out, right? Like here's one of them, the 5500 XT. Probably could run Crysis at 1080p. Maybe low settings or medium settings. You would probably want to choose from about low to medium settings on a 5500 XT. I imagine that the Crysis, especially the Crysis Remaster, which I tested in the RTX 3090 benchmark video, and you guys and gals, y'all going to see it in that benchmark video because I didn't run it on a very high preset, and you'll see why I don't run it on a very high preset, and I talk about it in that video. But this pre-build could probably run Crysis, right? You may have to tweak the settings. You would have to compromise, but like you said, Bad Having Nothing can run Crysis. You need some level of compromising with that game, right, at a higher resolution. It's just straight up. Imani Corinthian. Imani, how you doing, Imani? I believe a friend of mine's child. It's good to see you, Imani. How you doing? Um, welcome to the weekly live Q&A, Imani. It's good to see you. See Bad Habit welcoming. Always good to see new guests. If you have any questions, Imani, I believe your brother, right, is an avid PC gamer. But in this system, most importantly, could probably give you a better experience. Maybe high settings, running Crysis Remastered to high settings. But I'd be concerned at this right here, this 8 gigabytes of DDR4. But it fits right into our $1,000 budget that we set from our $1,400 total budget setup. So there's that. But this could very much run Crysis. This system too that we're parting out could run Crysis, and it's here, in my opinion, a better, better suited because one, more VRAM, about the same storage from I believe it was the $925 pre-built, right? 500 gigabyte SSD with 8 gigabytes of DDR4, 3000 megahertz. Well, we're starting with 500 gigabyte SSD, 16 gigabytes 3200 CL16 memory kit, $87. G-Skill rip jaws. Now, a bit of advice I like to normally give that as when you're shopping for your memory, search for your motherboard's QVL for their quality vendor list. Try to get a memory kit that is optimized for your motherboard. It's going to help you enable AMD's version of an XMP, which is normally stands for DOCP, which is the DOCP is the developer the DRAM overclock profile. Sorry. DOCP is DRAM overclocking profile. It's their version of XMP, which is what Intel branded it in AM. But you see it on AMD motherboards too, because ASRock makes, AMD motherboards and they make Intel motherboards. So the wording may be different, but you're essentially doing the same thing. You're either, loading the XMP, which is extreme memory profile, or DOCP, which is your DRAM overclocking profile. But check your motherboard's QVL when you're in that process of once you have your CPU picked out, which you're probably likely starting with your motherboard, right? Pick your chipset out, pick your form factor out. In this case, it's a micro ATX motherboard. So pick your form factor out, pick your chipset out. Then you jump up and then say, okay, I know the motherboard, I know the platform. What CPU do I want to get, right? So you start there. Once you pick out your CPU, you have that paired with your motherboard. Check the QVL to get an optimized kit for your memory kit that's compatible with your motherboard. And this will also increase your chances of getting a stable XMP overclock or a DOCP overclock. Claude says, just here to see my comment in the video. Okay. Well, either way, welcome. And Imani says, yep. Hey, well, it's good to see you, Imani. We miss you guys. And Claude hit us with this smiley face. Well, either way, Claude, hey, welcome to the live show. All is welcome here. If you got any questions about the topic and what we're talking about, please feel free to ask at any time. I appreciate everybody coming in and stopping by and popping in, even just to say hello. But with this system, we have a Micro ATX Cooler Master MB311. Awesome case. It went up a little bit in price, but this case has a pretty premium feel and look to it. And I did that video where we talked about the best $900 gaming PC to build in 2021. We built inside of this case. And I tell you what, it comes with an RGB controller. It comes with two ARGB fans in the front. It doesn't come with the rear case fan, so if you were to consider that, just keep in mind you will need to buy an extra fan if you want to improve, heat dispersion, which I almost certainly recommend you have a rear fan for exhaust in your PC case, even if it means, having one intake in the front and one exhaust in the rear. I recommend you have at least one exhaust exhaust fan in the back of your case. and then a 650 watt power supply, which you could, lower that depending on what graphics card you want to go with. But we're going to talk about, the graphics card, because if you notice, that's the one thing that's missing from this list. But we have all of the other core components, and it comes to $603. Now, why is that a big deal? Because we can match the price to performance, right? Can we match the price to performance with a pre-build? No, we can't. We just can't, especially once you take into consideration that pre-built with a 1660 Super just isn't available right now. So we can't match the price to performance with a pre-built. No, but we're not trying to, fam, because be as it may, it does beat that blended new used price to performance. That's the term we haven't used here in the community in a while. But remember, we talked about that new used price to performance. And that is essentially taking a setup or configuration similar to here, and this is still within the confines of that $1,400 budget, right? We're still working. We're saying we're not going to take 1,000 and drop it on a pre-built. We're going to take that remaining difference and try to put it towards a custom PC, one that we have more control over the CPU, the motherboard, the RAM storage amount, the SSD amount, your case, right? Maybe you don't like this Cooler Master case, right? But so long as you're within that price range that keeps you under this amount, right? It could very much come down to, what do we talk about? Performance versus preference, right? Maybe you don't want RGB on your case. Maybe you don't want acrylic, maybe you don't want a tempered window on the side. It could very much come down to your personal preference. You may not even need to spend this much money on a chassis. Maybe you can even lower it. Same thing with your power supply. This is a semi-modular power supply. And what that means is you are able to, decide on what cords you need for your system, with generally the EPS CPU power pin and the 24 ATX power pin being the two that you can't remove or you can't change, with the other cables being to your full disposal. Or let's say you want to switch and use custom cables for your PC, you could also do that with a semi-modular power supply unit to give your system this aesthetic, premium look and feel to it. But this is with a $608 budget. And we have all our core components, everything but a video card, right? Now, so check it and bear with me, because again, this is an unconventional method. But with that remaining, if you've taken into consideration that we can take that $600 for this system, right? Which leaves us with about a $450 plus budget to put towards our video card, right? Like if you didn't, maybe you don't have a PC right now, maybe you're on the fence, maybe you're just unsure or unaware of the price to performance you would get out of this system. But if I could start out with this system and I had, $1,400 to build my whole setup, this is actually a banging system to get started with at 1440p or 1080p, 75 hertz. Even my first 1080p monitor was 60 hertz. So if you have $1,400 and you don't want to buy a pre-built, you already got your monitor, you already got your core necessities, your keyboard, mouse, network, audio solution. We have about $450 plus budget to set aside for a video card. Sure, 6 to 8 months ago, that could get you a 5700 XT. Easy, right? Or a 2060 or better. But we're not in those times, fam. The days of the 5700 XTs for, $350 and $399, those are long gone. Same thing with RTX 2060s. We used to see them $329, $349, under $400. Now they're going for about 2x, 2.5 times that 40 to 50% markups, and they're just, you won't find them brand new. Even if they were sellers selling them brand new, they're still very much selling them at a high marked up price. So $450 can get you what it could 6 to 8 months ago, sure. But if you're comfortable enough to rouse the used market and you want more control over your bill with a dedicated video card, like this one here, it has a Ryzen 5 3600, 16 gigabytes of DDR4, 3200 CL16 memory, fast memory, and you want a video card. You're saying, well, Lab, you said video cards, we're in a tech demic. You can't find graphics cards right now. You just won't, remember you said you just won't be able to find them. What could you do? Well, again, we have flexibility. We have $450 plus to get a dedicated video card. Now, What does that look like, right? With that $450 to $500 range, which again you could almost compensate to put more money towards that graphics card to increase your chances on getting something even faster. But you say, what does that, attribute to? What kind of graphics card could I get with? Well, for starters, we talked about, let's look up RX 580, as that was one of the first examples, right? Which I see this here, this kind of concerns me. I'm unsure of, if this is, a fraudulent post, but you figure for about $450 to $500, yes, you're going to pay more than what these graphics cards are actually worth, but that is the compromising part to this whole process, right? This gigabyte Radeon RX 580 8 gigabyte DDR5 add-in board variant $449. Is it new? No. Will you likely get a warranty? No. Are you capturing that used price of performance? Absolutely. The RX 580 is more so suited for 1080p high ultra setting gaming. Not so much 1440p. You may have to compromise with some of the graphic settings. But if you want to go Team Red, again, you have $450 to $500 after configuring your custom parts with a $600 budget that will net you a 6-core 12-thread Ryzen 5 3600, a Zen 2 CPU, right? What I call a souped up 8700K. But as you can see, they're going for is, oh, this one's like $624, way too high. That's outside of, again, we only have about $450 to $500 to work with. Now, again, we talked about how Steam survey points out that those gamers who have opted into the Steam survey find this graphics card to be the most popular 1080p graphics card on the market, in the market, hard to find, right here on eBay though. And again, starting with a $350 to $450 to $500 budget, could nag you a pre-owned, like we say pre-owned, you say used, but you say pre-owned, right? $371 for a GTX 1060 6 gigabyte, right? Is it faster than the 1660? No, not necessarily. But you're not limited to all the other cons of a pre-built. You've been able to pick out how much RAM you may have. It doesn't cost you as much, right? As that $925 pre-built PC had a 500 gigabyte SSD, a 60 gigabyte 1660 Super, that's a lot of sixes, a 1660 Super, and 8 gigabytes of DDR4. Where our system we parted out at $600, right, has 16 gigabytes of DDR4, a B550, a better chipset motherboard more than likely, and a higher rated power supply unit at 80 plus bronze. So you're kind of getting what you pay for with going the custom route, right? Now, again, taking that $450 to $500 that we have left, so that's 600, a little over 600, $603, $608, plus about $450 to $500, right? Which is about $1,050 to $1,100. Still enough room after you take into consideration that you've gotten your monitor and you've gotten your core necessities. Now, I call this way unconventional because it's not for everybody. In fact, there is a risk versus reward factor when going this route, right? When going with a graphics card on the used market. You have to take the seller's word. Yeah, you want to make sure you can get pictures that shows it may be in working order, timestamp, check to make sure the seller has a return policy. eBay and PayPal has gotten really well with certain, protections for both the buyer and the seller. But if you make sure they have those things, you could protect yourself, but make sure you're able to test the graphics card immediately upon arrival. As you can see here, 10 GTX 1060 6 gigabyte for $400. So you could snag that down. If you had $1,400 right now, fam, you could buy those components, right? Ryzen 5 3600 6-core, B550 ASRock motherboard, micro ATX, 16 gigabytes of G-Skill Ripjaws V series, 500 gigabyte SSD, Cooler Master MB Master Box 311L, and a Corsair 650 watt 80 plus bronze rated semi-modular power supply unit for $603. If you have $1,400 to drop right now, you take that, add that with $400, you're at $1,000. With either your 1080p monitor costing you up to $160, or your 1440p monitor costing you up to $230. Man, I can't talk. And you still have room left over to either enhance or make changes to your system. Maybe go with a NVMe SSD. If you're able to save money in your graphics card or other areas, you can put it towards a more sensible upgrade, which definitely going with the NVMe SSD, especially if you can, save about $40 to $50 in your budget. Then you can go with a 1 terabyte Samsung maybe 970 Pro NVMe M.2 for faster, system times and load times. But also, let's say you wanted to kick it up. Speaking of, let's say you had $60 to $80 to bump up a graphics card. I still stand by, which I think has incredible price and performance. It's a 1070, 8 GB, right? 2 more gigabytes of VRAM, and you're still somewhere between that $450 to $500 price range. Gigabyte NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1070. Well, it has a fan problem, so again, it's good to read within the devils and the details, right? Even I kind of just missed that just then. But right here, $409. So again, $450 to $500 could net you a graphics card right now with a custom PC. It is an option. You're looking, in my opinion, you'd be somewhere in the range, especially for, I mean, a Pascal's not that old, it's about 4 or 5 years old, but Pascal still very much was the last generational leaps we got, minus Ampere. But the Pascal architecture is one of my favorite architectures. Still a lot of value there. Yeah, it's a little more. I mean, I paid $250 for a GTX 1070 and $225 for a reference GTX 1060 about this time last year, and used them in client builds. Now you can see they're going for what, 20-30% more. Again, it's because supply and demand. It's because of the techdemic. So other areas you can go though that you can take into consideration. Try the Facebook groups. Facebook groups are really helpful. Let me switch back here. Facebook groups can be really helpful with finding, with bartering, and especially with maybe even trading, use PC parts. You can go into a Facebook group so long as you're permitted. You read the rules, read the terms of agreement within that group, so you're not, breaking any rules and disrupting the balance of the, the Facebook group's ecosystem, right? But go into the Facebook group. You can actually post that maybe you're looking for a specific graphics card. You say, hey, I'm looking for a GTX 1070. The most I have, the most I'm willing to pay is $325, maybe $350. You'd be surprised. A lot of enthusiasts are sitting on older hardware. They see that demand is at an all-time high, so they're ready to say, I want to capitalize on my old hardware. Not that it's old, but it's old because you're not using it. You've outgrown its value. Now it's time to pass that value on down to the next person, especially right now because you can't find any GPUs at human price, especially new. So I call going the used route a less than, an unconventional way, because that is essentially what it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be eBay, right? Check Craigslist if Craigslist is in your area. I check Craigslist vehemently, and forewarning, yes, the scalpers still hang and party over there on Craigslist. Like I still see, RTX 3070s for $800 and 6900s for 13 and 6800 XTs for, $1,100 and what have you. So you still see scalped prices. They're still there. But if you could be also willing to compromise a little bit more and go with an older graphics card, maybe like an R7 280X or an R9 390, right? Maybe you just want to get into 1080p for now. You could say, hey, I can wait, right? But you can still build right now in 2021. So if you look at the total cost for a custom PC, right? Again, remember, the core theme of this live stream was building a budget PC, with a $1,400 budget setup, or building a complete setup, complete budget, everything we need, right? I want to order everything. If you're like me, I like to have everything right in front of me to get started when I'm doing a project, especially when it's building a PC. Especially for myself, I want everything there and ready. So if you had $1,400 today, right now, right, and you want to get into PC gaming, you want to go to custom PC route, I just parted out a system to where it came to a little over $600. Fast 6-core, 12-thread, 3600 CPU. It's going to be great for 1440p, great for 1080p, right? especially high ultra settings. Your GPU, this is where things can get tricky, but your budget has flexibility of up to $450 for a GPU. I say use is the correct vernacular, but it's better to say that it's pre-owned. For a pre-owned GPU, you have up to $450. Now, what could that $450 graphics card likely net you in the range of? Don't expect to go anything past a GTX 1070. Maybe a GTX 1080 if you can find one in the Facebook group or Reddit. Believe it's Reddit slash hardware swap or whatever have you. But there's Reddit groups as well that you can join to where users are selling their used PC parts, right? So again, it's a risk, but there could be some reward. There could be some value in the form that you're getting a capable graphics card to pair with a whole setup that has some flexibility for upgrades down the road. Bad Habit says we should call this the stimulus PC build. Yeah, and maybe I should put my money to my mouth and try to buy it, right? To display the kind of price performance you can get. Now, we'll give a quick. Let me jump back here. I was in a bidding war for a GTX 1060 to kind of solidify the topic of this live show. But I checked out once it got past the amount I was willing to spend for it. And that's because I don't necessarily need the GTX 1066 gigabyte, but I want to show the value that you could get possibly should you want to say, if we jump back to our web window here and maybe even drop 400. Here goes a reference GTX, a Founders Edition GTX 1070 for $425. This fits within, our $450 budget, especially when you take into consider, for me anyway, $25 shipping. Depending on where you're at stateside, maybe that might cost more or less if the seller is closer to you. But how ironic that this GTX 1070 comes to exactly $450 for what's essentially a high refresh rate 1080p graphics card and entry level 1440p graphics card with that 8GB VRAM buffer. I believe it has 1920 CUDA cores and GDDR5 memory. So, you have between those two choices, between the 1060 and the 1070. 1070 if you want more VRAM, right? But this one with the shipping comes to 500. But I've showed you a couple examples to where if you're here, and you can always, here's an eBay tip because we have a separate eBay store we run for our business. But let me give you a little bit of tip. You can very much still negotiate with the seller. Just because they have this as their final price, you can always message the seller and say, hey, I see you have it listed as 450, although free shipping, so that's a pretty big deal. You say, hey, maybe look, will you take 420? Will you take it even 430? Most sellers, even myself, I've been hit with offers, and most of the time you're not going to want to walk away from a sale for $20. They're going to make the sale, even if it's at the expense of $20. That savings, though, is passed on to you. So never be afraid to ask questions. That's literally from an eBay seller to a potential buyer. Always negotiate. The only thing a person can ever say is no. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Here goes another GTX 1070, a PNY, $425 plus about $14 of shipping. Again, though, under that $450 price limit we set aside for our budget, right? We said we have up to $450 to buy a graphics card. Like, we can't go past there. Yeah, you may want an RTX 2060. Yeah, you may want, the latest and greatest. But let's face it, fam, it's not available at human prices. You need to compromise. Take advantage of what you're able to buy now. Here goes another GTX 1050. Oh, I'm sorry, 1070. And so just to show, right, goes your RTX 2060. Let's just start with regular RTX 2060, not a super. The difference, the RTX 2060 has 6 gigabytes. The RTX 2060 Super, slightly more CUDA cores and 8 gigabytes of GDDR5 VRAM. But look at that. RTX 2060, $650. $649. Way past that $430, amount we ascribe to with wanting to complete our $1,400 budget setup. It's just, the graphics card is just not available, and it's just almost marked up 50% of its MSRP, right? So this is why I told you GTX 1070 or GTX 1060 will be your two options at that $450 price point. Again, it is an unconventional method or an unconventional approach with completing a new system. But again, I called it, that new used price to performance, taking new parts, blending it with a used component, one or two, right? You can buy a used monitor. You can even buy, a pre-owned motherboard. I don't necessarily recommend it. The risk is even higher because the motherboard can visually look like there's nothing wrong with it, but USB header could not work, or maybe one of the input output pins don't work, or maybe one of the DRAM slots DIMMs don't work. You just can't tell with motherboards, and most of the time when they're being sold, there's no proof of concept. There's no proof that it works. Um, Although the motherboards I sell, they normally go quick, but normally I sell motherboards new because we bought so much in the past and just never used them. They just never got used. So it's like you can see the motherboard when I sell motherboards. It's like, hey, the CPU is never even installed in the socket, right? But I have bought a used motherboard. Matter of fact, the Gigabyte X470 or yours motherboard that you guys and gals seen me do the videos on, right? Like, especially like the unlock, enabling your XMP video. I bought that motherboard used, an X470 motherboard. So, and there was nothing wrong with it, right? Like the um, part of the VRAM cover, like there's like a screw missing, so it's a little loose, but it doesn't affect performance, not one iota. But I knew it was a risk that I had to take, and I bought that off eBay. But looking at the route of going with a custom PC, if you look at, we have our $600. That was the PC we parted out, right? As you can see here, it's in the background. It has a Ryzen 5 3600, 6-core, 12-thread Zen 2 CPU, ASRock B550 chipset, micro ATX motherboard, G-Skill Ripjaws V series, 16 gigabytes, dual channel, 3200 CL16, fast RAM. If you don't know, Ryzen loves fast RAM. That IMC, that memory controller, loves fast RAM. Then you have 500 gigabytes SSD, the minimum, right? We talk about you definitely want to try to budget for an SSD. It's good that the pre-builds we have, I believe one pre-build I looked at had like a 2 storage solution, like a 240 gigabyte SSD and a 1 terabyte SSD. I normally recommend like at least a 500 gigabyte SSD and a 1 terabyte mechanical drive, especially if you're a content creator, video editor, and you want a location you can like, save files you may not need to call up upon as much, or games you may not play as much. You can just throw them on your hard drive, leave your SSD space for your Windows and games you play all the time and some of your core programs. For me, I have Adobe, the entire Adobe suite installed on my NVMe at 500 gigabyte NVMe M.2 on my editing rig here, Snow White. But you have your custom PC, $600, the GPU, right? I just demonstrated what GPU classes you can be in with the $450 budget. Then you have your monitor, which at $220, more so like $230. But you have your monitor, and this price is reflective of a 1440p monitor. The 1080p monitor, the 75 Hz IPS 1080p monitor I picked out, was running for $119. So you could even save $100 off of this price point and put that towards either the core parts, maybe like I said, an NVMe M.2 SSD, a beefier power supply unit to compensate for a beefier graphics card in the future, or maybe you want to change the case or make changes to the case. Then you have your keyboard, mouse, audio solution, network solution for a total of $120. Fam, that brings this system and all its core components to $1,390, right? What bad habit caused the stimulus PC build? Again, it's no coincidence that, as it implies in the title, this is a $1,400 total complete setup. Again, if you're here in the stateside, I hate to repeat myself, but that $1,400, that's become a very popular buzzword here for taxpayers and consumers. So if you're a taxpayer and consumer, a responsible taxpayer and consumer, you say, you know what, Lab, I set aside the necessary budget, I talked it over with my spouse or significant other, I'm ready to make that leap into PC gaming, I got $1,400 I can drop on a complete setup. You mean to tell me I can get everything I need and be able to play, with a high-end system, right? Have a high-end gaming system for a total budget of $1,400. Yes, it's possible. Even if you plan on building, you may need some help along the way, right? Which I'm always willing to, like, if you're here on a replay or you're here now and you have questions, if you're interested in buying a GPU market, first of all, do make sure you're following me on Instagram and the Twitter, which we haven't shameless plugged our IG yet here during this live show. But do make sure you're following us over on Instagram at Inside the Lab YT and Twitter at Inside the Lab YT, because you can always shoot me a DM over there if you have any questions, right? You could be in a micro center for crying out loud, and you could be talking to the rep, and you might say, all right, I want to walk around a little bit, and if I'm available, first and foremost, that's important. Which making myself more available to the community is going to be the focus, especially with channel memberships. Hopefully within the next month or two, here on the platform. Um, but if you have questions about that process, DM me and I will respond back as quickly as possible. And I definitely follow LabFan back, which I see we have Christoph. Chris, it's good to see you, Chris. I'm glad glad you was able to make our live show. You came in towards the slightly back end of it, as we've been talking about some ways you can get into PC gaming here in 2021. Should you want to buy a pre-built PC? Should you want to go with a custom desktop? We're going to go with the third option, which isn't really a popular one. But, you know, we talked about doing all this with a $1,400 budget. And I see we had a few more people join us. And if you're just now joining us, do be sure to like the stream on your way in or out. And if you're new here to the channel, definitely like or definitely subscribe here to the channel, because we go live every Saturday around 3, 4 o'clock. We try to make that time frame, but it is every Saturday, and we have normal or regular videos. I get requests from members. They say, "Hey, Lab, we want more of your VODs. We want more VODs." The VODs are coming, y'all. I am a one-man band, man, right? I have Mrs. Moderator that helps me, on the my cam behind the camera when I need both my hands and to help me moderate the live shows. But for the most part, I am by myself in the production of the video. So from planning to getting the equipment set up to building to benchmark to camera movement, that's all me. So those videos do take a little bit of time to produce. That's why the RTX 3090 review video is taking a little bit of time to produce. But I tell you what, that video is going to be a really good watch. I cannot wait to share that video with this community, because the story it's rich. It's rich in value. It's rich in production value. Different editing techniques that I haven't used previously in the past, and just some small changes to just how we tell. Here, fam. Here, Lab, I like the tech content to have a story behind it, right? I like for it to be riddled with context, not just build a computer. There's thousands of tech creators doing that here on YouTube. I want to build a PC, show you the steps of how to do it, and make it entertaining, right? I like movies, I like film, so I try to take that passion and my love for those things and ascribe it to the editing workflow when I'm editing videos or when I'm planning videos and I'm choosing the audio selection, choosing the score. I spend a lot of time trying to match the music with the mood of the story. And we do that in the RTX 3090 video, and it's going to be great. So definitely like the video, like this video, like that video too when you see it. But definitely make sure you subscribe with the notification bell on so you can catch that notification. But Chris, is good to see you. Yeah, we're talking about pre-built PC, custom PC, $1,400 budget. To quickly recap, we talked about setting aside between $160 to $230 for either a 1080p monitor or 1440p monitor, right? Depending on your preference, which another buzzword we created is you got performance versus preference, right? Depending on what's important to you will depend on how you assimilate your budget and where you decide to put, each part at. So we talked about setting aside that amount, $160 to $230. We showed 2 monitor examples. One was for $119, 1080p, 75 hertz, 1 millisecond IPS, I believe it was an Acer monitor. And then we talked about your core necessities. Out of that $1,400 budget, we talked about setting aside about $90 to $120, right? Or about $60 to $90 for your keyboard, mouse, audio solution and network solution. So yeah, about $90 to $120 for your keyboard, mouse, audio solution. That's gaming headphones, speakers, right? Wireless network PCIe wireless card, USB adapter, what have you. You need to connect your PC to the internet. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it an onion. You need to connect your PC to the internet. How you do that may very much depend on your preference. This is why, again, we keep talking about preference versus performance, right? Maybe 1080p 75 hertz is good enough for you. Maybe you want a little bit more detail in your games, so you may want to consider a higher monitor. But it's all done within this $1,400 framework, within this $1,400 stimulus budget, because right now you have, you could be possibly in a position where you could have disposable income available to where you could make that jump and you could get into PC gaming in 2021, despite the tech demic that we're in right now, right? Because I've been calling it a tech demic, right? We're in a tech demic, or the GPU shortage supreme, or what have you, or the GPU anomaly. Uh, there's just not enough supply of graphics cards to meet the demand of consumers. Point blank. Period. AMD is on board to announce the 6700 XT, 12 gigabyte GDDR5, 6700 XT, RDNA 2 microarchitecture. I mean, what? How many will the states get? Not even double digits. I don't even think the states would get double digits supply at launch. It's just very much true. Andola, it's good to see you, Andola. Welcome to the live show. I see Andola says clapping, monitor methodology, priority one. Yeah, I mean we talked about the prioritization of your monitor, and we actually at the beginning of the live show we led with setting aside out of that $1,400 budget, starting with your monitor, because your monitor is the window inside of your PC soul. It starts there. It's, in my opinion, your monitor is the first part you should consider before all other parts, right? Is your monitor. You're either going to build around your monitor or for your monitor, but it should be the first component you consider buying first. And though it says buyer beware, check your ISO data limit if you're trying to do Xbox Game Pass or etc. Okay, fair enough. That's something I have to myself look into, do a little research. But thank you for bringing it to the community's attention. And though that's what it's all about, sharing helpful knowledge that could help us all save money on this expensive hobby. But yeah, I mean, we talked about setting aside $90 to $120 on your, what I've called your core necessities. That's your keyboard, your mouse, network solution, audio solution. You need those things. You need audio. You can rely. Maybe your monitor has dedicated speakers. They probably won't be the best solution though, especially if you want, a good, sounding experience. Pun intended, right? You may not even be an audiophile. But speakers on a monitor, speakers on a TV typically aren't that great. I showed you an example where you can get the $50 Corsair HS60 Pro for $50 and, you know, be well under that $120 limit, even with a $35 mechanical RGB keyboard, the Red Dragon K552, yeah, and a Logitech gaming mouse under $30. So you can take care of all your needs, right? Either $10, $15 PCIe network adapter or USB wireless card, right? Or Ethernet cable, and you'll be good to go. But jumping over to our custom PC, not our custom PC list, around that $1,400 budget, as Chris says, I believe the GPU is the fastest getting old part of a PC. And that is absolutely true. Why is that though? Let me give you Lab's theory, because I talked about this on a couple of live shows. And I talked about games constantly are getting complex. So you have this need that you think that the graphics card is really getting old, when it's really the games that are outpacing the hardware. The games are getting more detailed and more complex, more sophisticated to render, more sophisticated to run. And it's outpacing the hardware gains, right? So it feels like the GPU gets old fast, because the GPU's sole job is responsible for rendering pixels. Your CPU has an abundance of other roles to handle, but your graphics card's sole responsibility is rendering pixels. So as those games get more detailed and more complex, right? The graphics card of 2014 might have been able to run games at 2014 prior, but after 2014, those games are now becoming more and more complex. This is why you see Cyberpunk 2077, you're like, On RTX 3090, well, you'll see in my benchmarks. I'm not going to spoil anything else about that RTX 3090 6 months later review. I just really cannot wait to hit publish on that video. But yeah, Chris, that's why I believe the GPU is what is perceived to be the component that gets old the fastest. That's because the games get more and more complex, more and more detailed year after year after year after year, and it's just easier for the games to surpass the hardware, right? Especially as gamers, we want our games to have more features. We want them to look detailed and run at higher resolutions at a respectable frame rates, right? By respectable, I mean playable. And Andola says, kind of depends. My friend is going from Nevada or NV and wants to buy a 3070. Okay, Nevada, and wants to buy a 3070 in Cali for his 1950X. Okay, well, finding an RTX 3070 right now at human prices, it's just not going to happen. I mean, we could switch over back, and I'm not even going to waste my time going to Best Buy and search. I mean, they're out of stock, but just for laughs and giggles, let's see what good old scalpers are doing over on eBay to the Asus ROG Strix. $1,400. Now, what could $1,400 get you in a non-world of scalping? Well, for starters, that's almost a fifth. That's a RTX 3090 reference. A reference RTX 3090 is running for about 1,500. The Asus ROG Strix RTX 3090 I have here in the lab which is this same variant here, ran a little over $2,000. So you figure this is what an RTX 3070 is going for right now, $1,300. Is it necessarily worth that? I mean, it's a fast graphics card, but this is like 60% above its MSRP. So, your buddy may find it difficult to find one at a human price, or maybe he or she is willing to pay a scalped price. To each of their own, right? But it's unfortunate that this is still very much a thing, and this is going to be a thing until the techdemic subsides. This happened with the GPU anomaly of 2019. We just dealt with this, and things got back to normal at the beginning of 2020. So I'm noticing the trend, and I really think that the same thing is going to happen here again. Andola says, but the advent of DLSS 2.0 really drives this home for the GPU aging race. Hardware acceleration is a hoot of a concept too. Yeah, DLSS 2.0 has improved over DLSS 1.0. I was not impressed with DLSS's first iteration. I will honestly admit, the Vaseline meme was very true. Like, it was super blurry. I said, you know what? I'd rather just deal with the lower frame rate than this visual disparity right now. But DLSS has gotten better, and just resizable, just PCIe Express technology or PCIe Express technology in general is going to improve with like resizable bar, and with Nvidia's upcoming 40 series, whenever they may come, maybe in September, right? 40 series. AMD's upcoming 40 series will support resizable bar with Intel's 11th generation Rocket Lake CPUs, and then AMD plans on bringing resizable bar technology to the 30 series and later driver updates. So yeah, hardware accelerated, and dynamic resolution, those are all becoming more and more popular. We saw it with AMD's new suite of features with their Fidelity FX suite of features, right? Variable refresh rate, hardware accelerated ray tracing. They're becoming more and more common. Me personally, I still very much prefer the native resolution to the game that I'm playing at. But in some circumstances, like Cyberpunk 2077, having that option of DLSS is great as an option, like with it being there to make, to boost your frame rates up to 20 to 30%. I do plan on doing a video with my RTX 3090 showing the differences, side-by-side comparisons of DLSS 2.0, running, the games that support DLSS. So again, if you haven't checked, one, like the stream. Two, subscribe if you haven't checked to catch that video when it drops. Can't wait for our RTX 3090 series, because DLSS and ray tracing, we'll probably cover those two things in one video. And you'll see why we don't cover it in the RTX 3090 review video. But again, I told you I'm done spoiling that video. You're definitely going to have to give it a watch. I recommend You give that one a watch. It's going to be good times. And excuse me. Andola says, I told them they'd be getting 3060 12 gigabyte FPS at best because of the 1950X. I'm selling them my Strix 2, traded a new plus cash for it, but I got a G15 today, Founders Edition. So, but what resolution do they plan on playing at with the 16 core, 32 thread Threadripper? So you also say, I see Andola also says, surprised because of the acceleration and rasters very nutty and expected, or AMD's unexpected. Well, I mean, here's the thing with AMD's rasterization, right? The 6700 XT supposedly isn't that much faster, or it's actually slower than the 3060. That says a lot because RDNA 2 is AMD's newest and performance per watt improvement over RDNA 1, and it's supposed to bring these staggering rasterization performance numbers and huge gains over the 5700 XT. Originally showing that that's necessarily not the case. AMD is still very much behind in the GPU segment, right? They still have a lot to do to catch up to Nvidia. They may have caught up to Intel, which we still have to see what Intel does with 11th generation Rocket Lake. But Radeon, AMD's graphic division, still has a lot to do to catch up to Nvidia, their number one competitor. And see, Andola says they got a Samsung QHD, okay, 2560 by 1440p quantum 32 inch. I mean, no, they'll be fine even with the 1950X and a 3060 12 gigabyte. I don't see any issues there. AMD themselves has mentioned that their AMD Threadripper, even first generation Zen 1 Threadripper CPUs, are designed for high refresh rate gaming, not 1080p, but for like high refresh rates. So I don't necessarily see a problem there. It more so could very much depend on the type of games your friend plans on playing, but something to take into consideration. Andola says, I mean, I was blown away from the 5700 XT to the 6800 jump. Right. Well, the 6800 has a higher TGS is what AMD is calling it, or TGE. But I mean, the performance leap, it's there. What I'm interested to see is how much is it from the 6700 XT to say the versus the 6800, or the 6700 versus the 6700 XT. It looks like Nvidia still, they're able to perform better with less VRAM, and we talked about this on a couple live shows that VRAM amounts are equating to the new cores, right? With CPU, with Ryzen, it was 6 core, 10 core, 12 core desktop CPU with the 3900X, 16 core desktop CPU with the 3950X. It was cores. Now it's VRAM. Right? 3080 has 10 gigabytes of VRAM. 3060 has 12, and the 6700 XT is also going to have 12 gigabytes of VRAM. But if it's not fast enough to drive, say, QHD, Quad HD, 2560 by 1440p at max settings, that extra amount of VRAM is just going to waste, right? It still very much needs to be fast with, a capable CPU. And Dola says, we use the Strix. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me catch up. This says Zfluent says, I just got back and you're still alive. Yeah, we were moving on to the segment identifying what $1,400 gets you overall. And welcome back, Zfluent. I'm gonna get to your question here in a second. Andola says I was blown away versus the 5700 XT to 6800 jump versus the used Strix 5700 XT I got for $310, which is near 3060 level at half the price. Yeah, but what you paid for that 5700 XT, is just non-existent right now. And so he said, no, they're buying my 3070 Strix, but I told them to look up 3060 benchmarks for projected FPS. Maybe they want more tensor cores. Maybe they want, more ray tracing cores. Maybe they want a higher RT core count to be able to run games with ray tracing. I mean, it's very important. If you're looking to get an RTX series graphics card. You'd be remiss to not want to experience ray tracing at a hardware accelerated level. The games I've had the opportunity to experience ray tracing in, that's Metro Exodus being one of the first ones that did ray tracing, global illumination really well, and just reflections and shadows in Metro Exodus. It was definitely worth, wanting to turn it on. And Metro Exodus 2 supports DLSS. But it's good to have options. It's good to have choices and flexibility. But if you're looking at an RTX card, maybe you should consider that you want to take advantage of those features. That is one of the reasons why that graphics card costs the amount that it does. Z Fluent says, "What can you build with $400?" You mean a $400 PC? Well, I could tell you'd have a PC that doesn't have a dedicated video card. $400 is really, really tight. Um, you could do like a 2200G or a 2400G with onboard graphics, right? Like we talked about that CPU last week's live show. Maybe like a A320 motherboard, $44 case, maybe 8 GB of RAM. You may need to flex that budget by about $40 to $50 more, but you're right. You're like right there. But at best, I could tell you Z Fluent, a $400 PC build right now. I could definitely tell you right now that's one without a dedicated video card. You'd be looking at where within a CPU with integrated graphics, and that's where the CPU has graphics on board, right? Which would either come if you want modern, like maybe like again a 2200G. That would be on That would be on the Radeon Vega 8 graphics, or a newer integrated APU like the 3400G on the Vega 11 graphics. So you could start there, but you figure even at those two components, you're more than exceeded halfway your $400 budget. So you may need to flex that a little bit and maybe even put about $40 to $50 more, just so you have enough headroom to get maybe like a 400-watt power supply for about $30 to $40, a $40 cooler master case, so like 80 to 85. You got 8 GB VRAM, 8 GB of DDR4, maybe another $20 to $30. But your biggest expense is going to be your motherboard and CPU, because you're going to want a CPU with integrated graphics. Okay, unless you go to used market, and you know how to get in contact with us. So if that's something you want to talk about, definitely reach out to me. I will, help you with your buy-in process or your build process. But that's about what you're looking at. And now with without a dedicated graphics card, you're looking at, a 1080p 30 FPS level performance. It'll be very console-esque, right? You could game at 1080p, but you won't be able to turn up the graphics settings in your games. Don't expect 60 FPS in most games, maybe 50 at most if you're on a 3400G. But that's also taking into consideration you likely will only be able to afford an 8 GB stick of DDR4. So again, if you really want to invest in your experience, I'd recommend at least adding about $40 to $50 to your budget. And then Dola says, I was saying NVIDIA just because I dabbled in streaming, and the bitrate and overall bandwidth ain't even with acceleration. So you was using the NVIDIA encoder to stream on your RTX 3070. And Christoph says the winner on the GPU market would be the one who can support supplies, in my opinion. And you know what? In the Age of Scalpers video, like that video actually performed much better than I thought it would, just given the conversation that took place in that video. But I had said that AMD could simply, before the 6000 series launched, before the 6800 XT, the 6800, and the 6900 XT launched, I had said AMD could simply win this war by being able to meet, even in a modest form, the demand of gamers right now. AMD could win 30 to 40% of demand right now if AMD was able to just even reintroduce graphics cards, like they were rumored to reintroduce the RX 570. But even if they were able to reintroduce some Polaris graphics cards at about the same price they launched a few years ago, maybe even less, AMD could possibly win this argument right now. They would be winning this argument simply because at the end of the day, yeah, some gamers might have preference, but what wins with gamers, and that's with what's available now. When's the best? What they said when's the best time to build a PC? 2 weeks ago. And though it says, and yes, the 5700 was a panic buy in September. I capitalized on a seller. Yeah, I mean, I resonate with that hands down. I mean, hindsight's 2020, and if I knew it'd be this bad, I would have. My back shelf would be looking like a micro center right now. That's facts. But is no, you can't build a time machine. You can't go back in time. This is just that. This is just the fluctuation. This is one of the cons with PC gaming in general. This is that fluctuation, the instability of the GPU market. Again, this is something we went through back in 2019. Things just gotten better in 2020, right? Things had just gotten. I'm talking about when GTX 1080 Ti's were selling for like $1,200, $1,300. Things had just gotten better in 2020, and now here we go again. They spiral back out of control after the summertime hit. We all know what's going on around the world too, right? It should be totally understandable. Even with the mining craze, my statement on the mining craze is that I'm not gonna, bash them. I don't personally do it, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It's up to the manufacturers to meet the supply and demand for both consumer groups. Not for us to be mad at miners. Miners don't ain't mad at PC gamers. They don't care. Miners have the resources and supplies to buy the stock. But it is up to the GPU manufacturers though to make sure that there's enough supply and demand to meet the needs of both consumer groups. That is who we should be taking our frustration out. But it's in my opinion. And Andola says the bitrate ain't a thing. It's in regards to Big Navi versus 3080 and 4K as a prime example. Okay. And I mean the RTX 3080, it's a fast graphics card, but we're talking 4K. AMD themselves though did brand the 6800 and 6800 XT and 6900 XT as their 4K gaming solutions. So I don't even think the 6700 XT is going to be in the 4K, because you figure with 4K, you don't want to go up to that high resolution and have to like say run 4K low settings. That defeats the purpose of even switching to that resolution. You're better at going with either QHD resolution or just staying at 1080p. And Ron says, can't wait for that vid. Appreciate your work. Yeah, bro, I appreciate you, man. That video is going to be dope. The production value is insane. I kind of went in. I really did. That's set to drop on Monday about noontime. And Dola says, when you said that about demand, but sadly, they got next gen consoles, APUs in 3 launch as well to balance, and now laptop APUs. Yeah, I mean with GPUs, most importantly, the problem with GPUs because the CPU stock has improved. Like I'll bring up Micro Center here as an example, just to use them because the GPU market has improved, right? As you mentioned, but it is all about supply and demand. The consoles are out of stock too because yes, they are based off of RDNA, the same RDNA microarchitecture, right? It's also based off of the Zen 3 CPUs, but Zen 3 stock has gotten better. As we see, let's jump over here really fast to Micro Center, then we'll go ahead and continue on the conversation. But Ryzen 5000 stock has gotten better. As you can see here, 25 plus 5600Xs for 279. Fam, just like 4 months ago, 5600Xs were selling for $449. $400. This is 279. This is 25 plus in stock. 5950Xs though still rare, but in my opinion, the best value centric 8 core 5800X 429 or 3700X 8 core 25 plus in stock. Right? 3800X for 349. So Ryzen 5000 stock has gotten better, at least in terms of the 6 core and 12 thread and 8 core 16 thread variants. But the GPU scene definitely has a lot to catch up. Most importantly, that's due to the limited supply of GDDR5X, right? That is where the problem is really coming to fruition. It's just a limited supply of high quality VRAM available for so many boards. Like Nvidia is waiting for more DDR5X. Asus for their PCBs, as Rock doesn't make graphics cards. Asus, MSI, Gigabyte. They're all in need of the same RAM, and it's just not enough to supply all the vendors, right? With video RAM. And then Dola says exactly concurrent with people already with mobile and CPU off of the previous generation. Yeah, and you figure if you're on AMD, you're rocking that AM4 chipset, right? And you invest in a good 500 series B, even if a B5, like a non-enthusiast motherboard, a B550 motherboard, um, you could really position yourself for some serious upgrade room. And Dola says, but my RAMs, 32 gigabyte rip jaws were 139, now 199. My Tomahawk appreciated by $30. Things got real, real fast. Yeah, I noticed that at the first GPU storage shortage of 2019. I had more graphics cards then than I had now, and like I was, people were coming to me left and right. Oh, dude, you should sell that card. I had two 1080 Ti's, RTX 2080. I had graphics cards, and they were hard to find, much like they are now. But I held on to them. That's simply because I knew I didn't feel right selling them at a price just because I could. So I just held on to them. But I tell you what, jumping over to our custom PC. Speaking of GPUs, again, with a $450 budget, you could you can pick up a used GPU over in the pre-owned market or the pre-owned segment, but at least in between a GTX 1060 and a GTX 1070 8 GB. So that's the difference between the two. But they've generally have fallen in between those two price ranges, and you can either you know make changes based off of your preference to other components to be able to even add to that. Should you find maybe even a 1080 or a slightly faster graphics card, which you figure past 1070, you're like, you really won't be able to find anything past a 1080 past like $500 right now. Zfluent says, what do you think about any Core i5 with the GTX 1030, 16 gigabytes of RAM? Well, I mean, you'll be past the $400 your $400 budget if you went with quote any Core i5. I mean, at that price point, maybe consider an i3, a 10th generation i3, which has support for hyperthreading. So you can get an i3 10400, right? For under, let me see, let's jump back here really fast, really really fast here, really really fast, because I want to make sure I'm accurate in this. But you could get you should consider Zfluent a core. Well, what is it? Okay, let's do this. A Core i3 at that point versus a Core i5, and you might be able to go a little lower, because with a Core i5 10400, you're at $149. So even with your motherboard, you're at $249. 16 gigabytes of RAM, I would say you'd still want to work that down to 8 gigabytes of RAM. You won't need 16 gigabytes with the GTX 1030 and a Core i5. But a 10th generation Core i5 would run you about $149 and about $100 more for the motherboard. But you're still past your $400 limit. Factor in single rank of 8 gigabytes of DDR4, case, storage, and power supply. You're slightly past your $400 budget. That's why I said you would need to maybe slightly tweak that, right? And you could be better off of just not even going with the GTX 1030 and just running integrated graphics. Not on a 10400, you would need to slightly go up to like a 10600K and just go with integrated graphics. Save some of that money to get a more capable GPU. Now, Zfluent, this could also depend on the type of games you plan on playing too. Pardon my ignorance. I should have probably led with that, but this could very much depend on the kind of games you want to play, right? If it's not graphically demanding games, you could very much get away with a GTX 1030, or you could very much get away with integrated graphics if you don't plan on playing graphically demanding games like Fortnite and Minecraft. Fortnite you might would have to run at 900p or 720p. And Andola says you only need 16 gigabytes for work purpose or etc. If VRAM is 4 gigabytes, in my opinion, 8 gigabytes could be enough until you can buy 16. You don't have to have a system builder, which helps you see which options you can pivot with your budget. So to start with your first comment, um, I mean 16 again. The more RAM you have, the better it's going to help with work doing things outside of gaming. If you're, but it's in my opinion, if you have a fast CPU, a fast graphics card, then you want to make sure and eliminate that your RAM could be a possible bottleneck, right? 8 gigabytes of RAM could very much be that. But if you're tight, like really tight, and cash strapped with a budget, you probably have to compromise and drop that down to like an 8 gigabyte single rank kit, and just maybe either lower your resolution or lower your graphic settings. I see Chris says I wouldn't use an iGPU in AMD because of PCIe X8. Well, I recommended an iGPU in the event that you can't, like even with the GTX 10, with the GT, I believe it's just the GT 1030. Not even sure if it has the X moniker attached to it, but you figure with the GTX 1030, it's a 720p 60 FPS card, maybe lower 720p 30 FPS. How much more different than that is with gaming on an iGPU? Normally, I wouldn't recommend an iGPU or even a AMD integrated graphics for higher end gaming. But if it's just casual gaming for non-demanding games, you might be able to get away with using an iGPU or a 2200G, a 2400G, or 3400G. The Vega 11 integrated graphics have gotten really has improved a great deal over on, especially when AMD kicked it up over to Zen Plus when they introduced, or Zen 2 when they introduced integrated graphic CPUs over on the Zen Plus architecture, I believe. Really changed the game. And Dola says, or the APU plus a flagship card and NVMe drives. Chris says, in case future GPU. And Dola says, fingers crossed the RDNA 2 onboard APU offers X16. Well, it likely will, as it has support for PCIe 4.0. So it likely will support the X16 lane on the PCIe Express. And Andola says, I can attest I gamed on a 3750H laptop APU for science. It's funny you say for science. But again, I mean, this may not be, you got to keep in mind, fam. Like, I am not necessarily endorsing integrated graphics. This is specific to this person's budget. It doesn't suit that preference may not be the same for all of us, right? For example, $400 that's an entry, a very compromising level system at that point. There's going to be some areas that may not suit your preference or playstyle. It's borderline a whole basic home office system. The Ryzen 2200G system I built, I believe it was in 2019, came to about $290, like $300, and that had a 2200G. Z Fluent, I recommend you watch that video. I believe I might have even linked it to you. But search on the channel. If you go into the build video, you can find it. It's the Ryzen, how to build a Ryzen gaming PC. I believe under $250. Those parts may not be the same price now, but I can guarantee you that would be somewhere around under $400. But that system then only had 8 gigabytes of DDR4, right? It had, I believe it was a B450 motherboard. So it has room for upgrade. It has upgradability. You can upgrade it, even like right now. But it was a good starting point out for that specific in use. And Andola says it's viable if the mobile platform offers upgrade to a Ryzen option like a 2011 Flash B450 motherboard. Yeah, and it's right now B450 microcode is rolling out for support for Ryzen 5000. And even I have a B3, I have a ASRock B350 motherboard that has a BIOS microcode update to support Zen 3 CPUs. So this is why it is important to make sure you're investing in your motherboard. Make that the least part that you have to upgrade in the future. CPU is one thing, video card is another. But your motherboard should have all the basic features you want to prevent you having to upgrade that in the future or making a whole platform switch, say switching your CPU and motherboard out at the same time. And Dola says, yeah, 2021 flash for Zen 3. Yeah, I mean, if depending on when you bought the motherboard too, it may already come with support, with that microcode. So you may not even need to upgrade it. Got to do your research. Research is very important. Research is very important. As we research this configuration here, and Andola says 10100, a 10100F RAM limits or etc. CPU upgrade and a non Z490. Yeah, I mean, I surmise what you're referring to, Andola, is limitations within your motherboard. But if you're rocking a 10100F, you know, you don't have much room outside of. I'm relying, I need a basic input system or basic system for basic needs. I don't plan on doing any high-end gaming on this system. Maybe casual work, casual school work. You're clearly not editing any video, right? So you have to ask yourself, what are your needs? And this isn't like specifically to you, Andola, but this is for the viewers, for those of you here now, or on the replay, and you made it this far. You have to ask yourself, what are your needs? Like Bad Habit made a mention earlier that they didn't want to upgrade to a 4K TV or 4K monitor because it just wasn't their needs. Excuse me. And Zfluent says, what's a good motherboard for Core i5? I mean, good could, very much depend on, your budget. Okay. Good could depend on your budget. If we switch over here, and let me switch it over to Intel, and we want to go. Let's see what let's start there. X out there. Let's say you went with the Core i5 10400F, 10400F. Drop down. This is why it's good to use tools like PCPartPicker.com. It can save you a lot of time and headache. But good could depend on A, how much you have to spend, 2, what features do you want in your motherboard. Now, you could go the super budget alternative and go with a B460 motherboard, right? Which is about $100. But again, remember I told you, that was the example I gave you. I said you're going to be at about at least $100 even for a budget entry motherboard, right? And that's $244. That's more than half of your $400 budget. Once you take into consideration, we still need a case, which let's see if the Cooler Master Box Q300L. We did the Fortnite video in this case. So you figure a $48 case, power supply unit, for not talking dedicated video card, but maybe you want to add one in the future, maybe discreet, nothing too heavy, right? Maybe somewhere in the $50 to $400 price range, $450 EVGA, $40 EVGA power supply unit. This is again no dedicated video card, right? You're good on the CPU does come with a stock cooler. It's not that great, but you're not obviously not gonna overclock on it, and the most it'll probably boost up to is about 3.2 gigahertz, right? As you scroll down, you're at about 331. And we haven't added, I'm sorry, I forgot, storage and RAM. So let's say you want 16 gigabytes of DDR4, and let's just keep it simple with a 500 gigabyte SSD, because you want at least enough space for your Windows and your games. So 500 gigabytes is, a healthy balance. I'm just trying to find the A data. They're crucial, I mean. So We have all our core components. Now you're at a little over $400. This you could make some changes based off possible preference, which I'm sorry, you guys can't see the window. My apologies. But the system that you just heard me rambling on about when she was stuck, you saw on the last card, was the Intel Core i5-10400F. So it doesn't have, I'm sorry, this doesn't have integrated graphics. It is an F-based SKU. So something to take into consideration. Yeah, somebody I see Andola says is 9400 off the table. No MOBO. Well, 9400F is off the table because it doesn't have integrated graphics. So you'd have to go with say, I'm sorry, well, yes it, yeah, the F1 has the F doesn't, but so you go with either the 10100, which is an i3, which I recommend you say, hey, go with an i3. If you really need to get that low, go with an i3. Not sure how much a 9400F is going for. Let's see, do we still have Micro Center up? Let's see. Might not be in stock. 10400F, $129. i3 10. So again, but if you're not looking to get a CPU or a dedicated video card, right? You're going to need a CPU that has support for integrated graphics, which the i5-10400F does not. It's an F-based SKU. That's what that means. K base SKUs means it's unlocked, so you can overclock it. F means that it's non-overclockable and doesn't have integrated graphics. So I earlier recommended the i3. I said, well, if that's the case, if you're really super cash strapped, go with an i3 10100. Now you're down to $448. You're still over the $400, and you would have to make some hard changes. For example, maybe switch to a hard drive. I told you 16 gigabytes would be a little out of reach. So you maybe would want to switch to single rank 8 gigabyte, an 8 gigabyte single rank memory solution, $42. And you're still at a little over 400. Well, we went up because we didn't remove the other memory kit. I was like, how do we go up? But you're like right there, Z Fluent. There you go. We parted out your system, Z Fluent, with the exception of Windows, which again, you can hit up my best way to activate Windows 10 video to find out how to get an affordable, legit, by legit we mean legal fam, Windows 10 key. But you have a capable system, 720p, 30 FPS, 60 FPS depending on the game. Games like Minecraft are run at 1080p. Fortnite, you probably have to run the settings down to low. You will compromise, but this system, let's say in 3 months you have another $400 to put towards this system. GPU prices may not improve, but there's other comprehensive changes you can make. Say more RAM, right? Another 8 gigabytes of RAM. Put more aside to it to get a dedicated video card, and maybe a faster GPU, maybe like an RX 470 to pair with this i3-10100. So there you go, Z Fluent. We actually parted you out of system right here, right now. Consider this one here. If you're interested, like I said, you know how to get in touch with me. You know how to reach us. This system that obviously wouldn't include the cost to have a system integrator build it for you. You would obviously be over the $400. So that's just something to take into consideration too when you are budgeting. But switching back over and speaking of budgeting, again, if you wanted to go the custom PC build route and you wanted a dedicated video card, start with $600 with that Ryzen 5 3600 B550M motherboard. Again, we talked about being on a chipset that will enable you to upgrade your CPU to a faster CPU where possible. Your monitor, $220, doesn't necessarily have to be $220. That's for a 2560 by 1440p 75 Hz IPS 1 millisecond response time monitor. So you could drop that down to a 1080p 60 Hz monitor and spend under $100 or about $119. And if for your keyboard, mouse, audio, and network solution, you could round out at about $120 for a mechanical keyboard and a gaming mouse and a gaming headset. Doesn't have to be a gaming headset. It can just be, a regular headset or regular speakers. And that would put you at about $1,390, about $1,390. So under the $1,400 for a complete setup, and you would have all the parts you need to build your system. And Dola says since 10100 and even 10400 can't run 3200 megahertz without a Z490, that helps to budget 3000 megahertz RAM. Yeah, I mean it helps you say again, it's staying within the limitations of your hardware, within the limitations of your budget is important first and foremost in my opinion. Staying within the limitations of your budget will then determine on staying within the limitations of the hardware you have to work with, right? And being able to compromise. But at $400, you have a system that definitely has some upgradability action going on with it. So just take that into consideration. And Ron says, gotta go. Good night to everybody. Thanks, Ryan, for stopping by as we're and rounding out and getting ready to, move on to the pre-built section here with our budget. But I do definitely do appreciate you, Ron. Do be sure to link up and catch up with me a little later on. But now that's for a custom PC. Let's say you wanted to go with the pre-built. Let's say you didn't want to buy a used graphics card. You say, nah, I don't want to buy a graphics card. Nah, I don't want to build. I'm okay with the monitor price. I'm okay with the keyboard, mouse, and audio network solution at about $120. But I don't really want to buy a used graphics card. I'd rather prefer to go with just a new price of performance, take that $1,000 and rock out to a pre-built. Well, then even with a pre-built, on the pre-built budget, you have your base system at about $1,000, right? You have your base system at about $1,000, then your monitor, keyboard, mouse, audio network solution at $120, which brings you to about $1,340. Some of the pre-built examples we ran by were actually under $1,000. They were about $829 and one was $929. So we talked about the pros and cons being that you may have to upgrade your pre-built or enhance your pre-built to make it a competent gaming system. Well, again, if you have some money there left over and your pre-built only came with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or 8 gigabytes of DDR4, you can maybe take that other $40 or $50 difference, add that 16 gigabytes to that system, enhance it even more, invest in your gaming experience. That is one upgrade that would give you a noticeable difference in performance, and that's switching from, upgrading your RAM from 8 gigabytes to 16 gigabytes. So you have still very much that flexibility right now with the pre-built examples I showed you to go with the pre-built system here in 2021 to get, especially to find yourself on the end of a dedicated graphics card. The GTX 1660 Super, what does that look like over on eBay? A 1660 Super? I could tell you what, it won't be reflective of that price of that pre-built at $925. It just won't be, right? So if we switch over here to eBay and GTX 1660 6 gigabyte, really fast, just for laughs and giggles, just to see what it's going for. $569. That's half the cost of that whole entire pre-built. And this is for just the same, at least, or this is a 1660 Super, so I stand corrected. But, just for a 1666 gigabyte, this one's going for $440. It's the same, same graphics card underneath the hood. The shroud, the cooler may be different, but it's the 1660 Super. What is the 1660 Super as well? Where are all the normal 1660s? There goes one right here for $460. Okay, still, you're over $400. So you could almost take that $450 to $500 with your custom PC and buy a 1666 Super versus a 1070 or a 1060 and still be under that $1,400 total cost setup, or just go with the pre-built and save yourself the headache. Here, where this one's $876 with an RX 5500 XT, and this one here, the Skytech, $925. So again, under $1,000. So you have the leeway to improve this metric here, which is the most concerning, and that's 8 gigabytes of DDR4. And Dola says Dell was selling a 10400F 1650 8 gigabyte setup with one of those non-ATX 350 power supplies, $599 sticker. Yeah, and that's actually a really good price. I try to normally recommend the 1650 Super as it has the better encoder and faster RAM. But even for a cash, the 1650 is very much a capable graphics card. These kids like playing Roblox and Minecraft. You don't need a beefy graphics card solution for kids to play those kind of games. But if you're an adult and you want a more premium experience, then you may have to either A, compromise, or be willing to, work a little bit to build, to build your dream system, to build your competent system. With the pre-built, you have that $1,000 starting point: monitor, keyboard, mouse, and audio and network solution. But it comes to $1,340 with your core necessities, with your system, right? It is a journey. It is a struggle to find them, but the journey is worth the reward once you could all things considered, right? Once you consider all things, the journey is worth the reward. It's worth the legwork. It's a little tiresome. It does take a little work. But that's why if you're unwilling to do those things, what is your last option to round out here? And that's, you can simply play the waiting game, right? You can simply wait until the tech demic is over, right? And not buy a PC, not buy a pre-built, not buy, a marked up used graphics card or a marked up new graphics card should you feel froggy enough to do so. Um, and just wait it out. Maybe you have a PS4. It's perfectly fine console, still one of the most uh, most commonly used console, a PS4. Maybe you have a PS4 and you're fine. It plays you can play games, so there's no immediate need to just rush out and dump money into a new PC or what have you. So maybe you're okay with waiting until the tech demic is over. You could hold out over the next few months, but who knows how long the tech demic is going to last. AMD and Nvidia promise stock to improve within quarter two, but here we are in quarter two, and there's no signs of it getting better. We just have AMD poised to release another graphics card that likely won't be available to consumers on launch, at least at human prices, as Bad Habit put it. Which Bad Habit says, "I'm just looking forward to when the graphics cards are back to normal." I'm with you, Bad Habit. Like, I wanted an RTX 2060 for testing purposes back here in the lab, and an 5700 XT. And I'm just like, it doesn't matter if you wanted these graphics cards or not. You just can't find them. You just can't find them. They're just either not being fabricated or not being manufactured, or they're being scalped, right? Or they're being scalped. And Ndola says, and it's a bit of a compromise because of the PCU and GPU upgrade potential. Yes, and absolutely. And that was something we talked about in the con segment with going with the pre-built. You might end up with a questionable power supply unit or questionable motherboard. And so yeah, you may very much have to compromise, and that could hinder your ability to upgrade in the future should you get a chipset that's not compatible with newer CPUs, or maybe the BIOS microcode is not available to run newer CPUs, or your PSU again doesn't have the necessary power pin connectors to be able to power your graphics card. But I mean, and this is especially true if you want a PC with a dedicated video card. If you want to wait until the tech demic is over. We just gave ZFluent an example of how you can go with a $400 PC that's very similar to the 2200G and 2400G live stream we did last week, right? To give that conversation and look-sees, especially you, ZFluent, if you're still here with us right now, give that conversation look-sees as we talked about ways to get, affordable ways to get into PC gaming without a dedicated graphics card. Wasn't necessarily the focus of this live stream, was to point out to where if you wanted a premium gaming experience, if you're at a $1,400 setup, complete setup, that's a premium experience, right? But again, this is especially true if you want a PC with a dedicated video card and you don't want to take your chances on the used market. But, listen, the games are here to play for gamers to enjoy. So it's, in my opinion, I find it better to stay in the now and prepare for the later, right? The games are here available to play now. So that's why I say, hey, in my opinion, my saying is stay in the now and prepare for the later, right? Because as we wrap up here, it all comes down to how much you want to invest in your gaming experience, from resolution to frame rate to RGB. Performance and preference are two separate expenditures, right? It definitely could determine how much money you're willing to spend and then how much you're willing to invest in your gaming experience. And again, this is from resolution to frame rate to RGB. Maybe you want a 1440p 144 hertz monitor. Maybe you don't care about the extra pixels. Maybe you just want to just game at 1080p, so, full HD, 60 FPS. Maybe that's all you want and that's all you need. That is your preference as a gamer. Pre-built or custom it is challenging to upgrade or get into PC gaming right here in 2021, but it is possible. Okay? PC gamers are in a mob, but what's a challenge to a gamer, an obstacle to a challenger, right? A hurdle to a believer, an achiever who can believe they can do anything. With these options, you can build in the now for right now. Remember, no players in the wild. I tweeted that, right? No players in the wild. You have options, take advantage of them. The games are there for your taking, for you to download, for you to install. You know, prepare for the now or invest in the now, prepare for the later, right? Invest in the now, prepare for the later. And Dola says, I got the laptop because I'm working a lot more. 4K gaming is still hard and expensive to achieve. Blink of an eye down the COVID road. We have AM5, DDR5, USB 4. I think we might be a little ways from DDR5, but I do think it could be coming here rather sooner than later. And, 4K gaming would have been affordable for the first time probably ever here in the PC gaming space if it wasn't for the techdemic and the shortage supreme, the GPU anomalies, if you will. If it wasn't for those things, 4K gaming would have been expensive. Would have been affordable, right? What really needs to happen is, in my opinion, 4K gaming IPS monitors need to become more affordable. I think the panels are what need to come down in price to make it more accessible for gamers. The hardware is there, and then it's not there. It's not there because of, again, the shortage supreme, the techdemic. It's not there, but on paper it's there. We would have gotten that price to performance at 4K if, the age of scalpers wasn't upon us and we were at war with the bots and their army or the scalpers and their army of bots, and just the supply and demand and the supply constraints and the lack of available GDR5X VRAM. It's a mess, but messes eventually get cleaned up. You can either wait, you can buy a pre-built PC, invest in it now and upgrade later. You can build a custom PC, right? Hit the pre-owned market, get that blended used price to performance, and take advantage of the now, invest in the later, right? It's there. And Andola says, I'd rather sell my rig to a kiddo or etc. that's going to game a lot more than me. Yeah, and right now they're probably, children abundant who would probably love to get into PC gaming right now. It's at an all-time high. It's at an all-time, it's all-time popular. And Andola says, my sentiments to the refugees of the techdemic and us gamers as well. As among the climate of the virus, you gotta love and respect for persistence and resilience. Yes, absolutely, and that's why no matter what, how frustrating this be, or how frustrating this may come off, it's very important that we understand that there are very much still men and women, hardworking men and women, who are putting their lives in danger, who are putting their lives in risk and their families' lives in risk to go out to their jobs, who are responsible for the fabrication process, who are responsible for the manufacturing process, all the way from logistics to transportation to design concept to packaging. There are men and women out there who are risking their lives to even bring these parts out to us, and even a slow drift form that we're getting now. So we should be understanding on top of being resilient, but very much persistent in our efforts to get into PC gaming. But all right, now I think the ride is slowly coming to an end, right? This is the weekly live experience, right? This is a live show. It is a live ride. It's all fun and games. It's all party. I anticipated this live show to run over a little bit here, and I figured that because this topic is so important, it's so crucial to the climate and what's going on right now in the used market and the used segment. The conception is right now, or the misconception is that you can't get into PC gaming. It's just not possible. It's too expensive. And the purpose of this live show was to identify two ways you can still very much get into PC gaming, and not just with just getting a computer, but a complete setup, right? That's your monitor, your keyboard, your mouse. It's like if you have $1,400 disposable and you're financially responsible, you've budgeted for it, you've discussed it with your significant other, you have the money disposable, to invest in a PC, even if it's for your household, for your whole entire family to enjoy. It's a great entertainment device, right? And especially if you have, if you're a student or you're in school, but you do have options, you do have choices for a complete setup or for an individual, pre-built PC. So, all right, but yeah, again, this ride is slowly coming to an end. I want to take a moment and shout out and say hi once again to everybody who joined us, starting with Andola Jackson, because your name is the closest. Bad Habit, Bad Habit is always good to see you come out with his Bad Habit. Bad Habit nearly stays for the full duration of the show, man. I appreciate that. Um, and everybody else too. If I miss you, if you from beginning to end, I know they're lengthy, and taking a minute of your time to hang with me, it means a lot. But Bad Habit and Dola, shout out to our moderator who says, thank you all for hanging out with us during Inside the Lab live experience. Have a great evening and be safe. Absolutely being safe, most importantly, right now in this crucial time. Super important to stay safe. Keep your loved ones safe. Keep your family safe. Ron Richards, who's a close friend of mine I grew up with, went to high school with, stopped by. It's good to see him. Z Fluent. It was good to see you, Z Fluent. Again, if you're still here, Z Fluent, or what have you, again, reach out to us. You know how to do it. Christoph, it was good to see you too, Chris. It's good to see Chris. If you're still here, let us know. It was good to see you, Chris. Chris is another regular who was like here for live stream number one when we first was doing when we first went live. Thunder is my son. Appreciate the support, son. Appreciate you hanging out. We had Mama Lab or Mom Lab who appeared in last couple live shows. She couldn't have make this one, but it's all good. It's all love. Imani Corinthian, who is a close friend of mine's child. It was good to see you, Imani. Claude Bantilo, who popped in, wanted to see their name. It's all good. It is what it is. No, PP. I didn't even realize you had stopped by. It said nothing can run crisis. No, I had missed your comment. No. If you're still here watching, do let me know. No. I apologize for missing your comment. Sparta Rules, Anthony. It was good to see you too. Anthony, another long-time viewer to the channel. I remember engaging with him on some older content. It's good to see Sparta Rules. Planks PK, who's just getting into the gaming scene. It was good to see you, Planks, and talk to you on some of the videos here on the channel. Darkness Plays, it was good to see you too as well. Darkness Plays. Your Highness, it was good to see. Tricion, another long-time viewer here in the community. It was good to see you as well. Our friend over in the Netherlands. Champion Mode 314, who is John, somebody else I know in person. Thank you for stopping by. John, it was good to see you. I know you're long gone, but it was good to see John hang out. Of course, XLR Game and Cliff was here for the live show as well. I was here for the ride early on. It was good to see you too, Cliff. Cliff had to go and play bingo. We're gonna have to find out how Cliff made out next time we see it. Maybe I'll tweet to him on Twitter. Which again, if you're not following me on Twitter, follow me on Twitter at Inside the Lab YT or at Instagram at Inside the Lab YT. Both names are the same on Instagram and Twitter at Inside the Lab YT. Follow me. Let me know you follow me. I will definitely follow you back. Who else? Tiger Nation, who's another one of my kids, my oldest son. Zion, it was good to see you too as well, Zion. And make sure I'm not forgetting anybody else. Scrolling all the way up to the top. That looks like that was about it. So yeah. No. I see you're still here. No. And you're certainly welcome. I appreciate it. Going live again. I know a lot of members in the community, they're asking for regular video on demand. The regular VODs, they are coming. I will get back with our normal weekly video on demand release. But going live is still one of my favorite things to do. So I put a lot of stock into it, and live content really helps. YouTube identifies my content then as worth being put in front of new people as they see how on and popping our live show is. Thanks to you and our audience. Thanks to our moderator who helps keep the live chat going and everything else. And Christoph says hi to Chris. I'm glad you're still here hanging out, Chris. It was good to see you. Like I mentioned, you popped up for one of our very first, I believe it was episode number 1. I'd have to go back. Maybe when we celebrate the 50th live show, I'll go back and scale through that live chat and see who was all present for the very first Inside the Lab live show. Try to maybe think of something special for you, friends and fam. And Bad Habit says, remember everybody to spring your clock forward tonight. Yes, that's right. We're going to lose an hour of sleep because of daylight savings time if you're here in the States and you're acceptable to it. Yeah, you're going to lose an hour of sleep. And Bad Habit says, is it tonight or next weekend? I believe it's actually Sunday night. It's Sunday night into Monday morning. So, yeah, starting off Monday with a reduced amount of time, to just kick it in bed and lay, or, you know, play video games, stay up late and play video games. Which again, I do plan on doing it. For those of you who are still here at live show, do keep a lookout for a pop-up live stream. Most likely after the RTX 3090 review video drops on Monday, we'll probably do a pop-up live stream in between then and there. I've been eager to finish playing Alien Isolation. I haven't played it since our last pop-up live stream we did, the Come Game With Me or Game and Chill pop-up live stream we did. I haven't played it since then, and I really genuinely enjoy playing it with you guys. Like, for the first time, I'm like, I didn't realize how much I enjoy playing or, streaming games with this community, you know what I mean? And so I know it's not something we do all the time, but gaming is very much still a part of being a PC gamer or gaming on the PC market. So, yeah. All right, but yeah, again, the ride is slowly coming to an end. Feel free to hang out for the post-credit reel at the end, but thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out here for the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A. I do hope to catch you all in the next one, which is next Saturday. We are back again for the weekly live Q&A experience next Saturday, so keep a lookout for the link in the community tab. I will post that link out as soon as the thumbnail and the topic is live, the moment it's live. So keep a lookout for that. Do set the reminder if you're able to join. If you're unable to join, please, please, please do me a favor and like the stream when you see it, even in the community tab. Like the stream. If you're able to comment on there, YouTube is getting weird with you not able to comment on live streams that haven't gone live yet, but definitely give the stream a like if you're unable to make it. And at least I know, hey, there was at least one viewer who stopped by, read the conversation, saw what was happening, and said, hey, I won't be able to make it, but I want to support the stream. So, yeah, excuse me. I do hope to catch you on the next one. So until then, be easy. Yes, very much shout out to our moderator. She not only helps me keep the live stream on and going, but she endures our where we live stream at. So our moderator, definitely could make mentally, during the show, after the live show, good times either way. Huge shout out to our moderator. Appreciate you. Bad Habit, peace to you too, bro. PCC brothers. Thanks for the support, man. Appreciate everybody. Again, enjoy the credit reel if you haven't yet seen it. I'm still here to feel like that in the chat. But again, I appreciate every single one of you.
to